shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Fortress leaders strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one light, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. If you are still outside the auditorium, may we kindly invite you to make your way inside. Welcome back to the Yogyakarta Auditorium.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. If you are still outside the auditorium, may we kindly invite you to make your way inside. Welcome back to the Yogyakarta Auditorium. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Welcome to Day 4 of the 11th WUJA Congress 2026. Yesterday carried us through faith, through justice, and out to the temples of Borobudur. Today, we turn toward discernment itself, how we read the world around us, digital and ecological alike, with the same clarity Ignatius wants us of every one of us.
As we begin, let us first place ourselves in God's presence through prayer. Please welcome Mr. Mahib Singh Sahni from India, who will lead us in these morning prayers.
A warm and hearty morning to one and all present here. So let us begin the day in a moment of stillness and turn our hearts towards God, the source of all wisdom and all hope. God of all nations and all peoples, we thank you for bringing us together once again this morning in this place under the sky as one community, bound not by where we come from, but by the mission we share. As we turn our minds today to discernment, to the noise of information that surrounds us, to the fragile earth that sustains us, and to the courage that leadership demands. Grant us clarity to see what is true, humility to listen before we speak, and wisdom to choose what truly serves the common good. We remember too our common home. Bless the earth, the water, and the air that we often take for granted, and awaken in us a deeper sense of responsibility towards all that you have entrusted to our care. We pray for every speaker and moderator who will address us today, and their words may plant seeds of understanding. We pray for every delegate in this room that we may leave this Congress not only informed but transformed. Above all, we ask for peace in our hearts, in our institutions, and in our world, so that we build together here in Yogyakarta may serve life, dignity, and hope for all. We ask this in confidence, trusting in your goodness. Amen.
Thank you, Maheb, for that beautiful start to our day.
Before we continue, a quick reminder for all our delegates. If you are sharing any moments from today's Congress on Instagram, we'd love for you to use the hashtag WUJA Yogyakarta or hashtag WUJA 2026.
If education is to respond the current and future challenges of our world, what kind of formation and what kind of companions do we actually need to become? Our first speaker this morning takes on that question directly.
May I invite to the stage together Dr. John Tan, founding headmaster of Harrow Hong Kong Children's School, Shenzhen, Qianhai, and former headmaster of Wahyan College, Kowloon, Hong Kong, and Dr. Yusefa Aryani Iswandari, who will moderate this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. John Tan and Dr. Yusefa Aryani Iswandari.
Bu Yusefa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Catherine and Pedro. Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing today? Great, okay, so why don't we take around 10 seconds to say hi, to smile to someone sitting next to you, behind you, or in front of you. Or you can even say, Selamat pagi. Yeah, it's day 4, and I believe that some of you already learned bahasa Indonesia, ya. So, selamat pagi to everyone here, and selamat pagi to Pak John Tan here. Okay. All right, so how was Borobudur yesterday? Great, okay. Yeah, I hope you had a wonderful time exploring the temple and also enjoyed the dinner last night. Okay, so now let's begin our first session with Dr. John Tan session entitled Drawing a New Map of Hope. I am Yusefa, and I will be the moderator. Before I invite Dr. Tan to begin his presentation, please allow me to read his bio. And don't worry, it's not going to be 10 pages. It's very short. So Dr. John Tan is an educator and school leader with more than 3 decades of experience in Hong Kong and Chinese mainland education, Jesuit school leadership, territory-wide curriculum reform, teacher formation, and religious and moral education. His PhD is from the University of Hong Kong in Catholic education policy making and socio-political change. He is the founding school head of Hero Hong Kong Children's School, Shenzhen, Shanghai, I hope I pronounced them correctly, on the Chinese mainland, a K-12 school offering a dual-track Hong Kong DSE and IBDB curriculum. Dr. Tan's leadership draws on a long career headmaster of the Diocesan Valtorta College, the Jesuit Wahyan College, Kowloon and PUA Wahyan Primary School, as well as the Chief Curriculum Development Officer in the Hong Kong Education Bureau. Responsible for the launch of the new senior secondary compulsory subject Liberal Studies examined for university entrance. He was also appointed by Bishop Cardinal Zen for more than 20 years ago to draft the Catholic religious and moral education curriculum, which is now implemented in Catholic schools and kindergarten in the Diocese of Hong Kong. So after hearing Dr. Tan's remarkable bio, I believe that we are all excited to hear his presentation, right? Dr. Tan, the time is yours.
Good morning, Reverend Fathers, Scholastics, and my dear fellow Jesuit alumni. Let me say a bit more about my educational background. During my youth, I studied in the Jesuit educational institutions of PUA Wahyan Primary School and Wahyan College Hong Kong for my primary and secondary schooling respectively. And later as an undergraduate in Ritchie Hall, a Jesuit Hall of Residence in the University of Hong Kong. I want to thank the Secretariat of the WUJA Congress for suggesting to me back in December 2025 the challenging speech title for this session, Drawing a New Map of Hope if Education is to Respond to the Current and Future Challenges of the World. What kind of formation and what kind of companions do we need to become? I find the proposed speech title challenging because, number one, challenges from the world to our students in schools are evolving rapidly, and future challenges are increasingly difficult to predict. And number two, we as alumni of Jesuit schools not only need to become companions of students facing these challenges, but also to become a formation process itself for learners. That is, we becoming part of their learning experience. When it comes to accompanying and forming others at the same time, I cannot refrain from recollecting the beautiful account from chapter 24 of the Gospel of St. Luke. This Gospel account attracted me so much 22 years ago that when I was writing a new religious and moral education curriculum for Catholic schools in the Diocese of Hong Kong, that I proposed to the bishop to adopt the formation dynamics in this Gospel account as the pedagogical foundation of Catholic religious and moral education in the diocese. For those who may not be familiar with this Gospel account of companionship and formation, let me recap it briefly. It has 4 elements. On the day Jesus was risen from the dead, 2 disciples were walking from Jerusalem to a village named Emmaus, talking with each other with visible sadness. Although in this slide, they don't look that sad, but according to the gospel, they were sad. As Jesus approached them but was unrecognized by them, Jesus asked, "What is this conversation which you are holding with each other as you walk?" One of them answered, "Are you the only visitor to Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened there in these days?" The 2 men called Jesus a, quote, visitor, unquote, someone not of our own kind, foreign to our painful experiences. Jesus, being the central figure of what had happened to them in the several days preceding this walk, was undeterred. And he asked them, "What things?" The 2 men's new companion wanted to listen and expressed his desire to listen to their experiences as his first act of accompaniment. Jesus wanted to listen even to things that he already knew. The 2 disciples then shared with the unrecognized Jesus what they had experienced in hope, in despair, in amazement, and in disbelief. In hope that Jesus would have redeemed Israel politically. In despair that he was condemned to death and was crucified. In amazed disbelief about the account of, quote, some women, unquote, who alleged that Jesus' body in the tomb was gone and that angels who allegedly appeared to them saying that he was alive. These women's account of the resurrection, though retold by these 2 men, were also foreign to them, being not something that they truly believed in at that moment. The first element of companionship and formation practiced in the now entitled Emmaus pedagogy in the Hong Kong Catholic schools is experience. Listening to the experience of the accompanied ones, even if the accompanying person has heard about it, already knows about it, or even has a pre-existing opinion about it. Don't comment yet. Don't interrupt. Let the experience be fully listened to first, whether it is one of hope, despair, amazement, or disbelief. Recently, I had the opportunity to watch an Indonesian movie produced in 2025. I'm sure some of you, especially the younger ones among the audience, might have watched it. It was about student life in a high school, and the film won 3 awards in the Indonesian Film Festival. The film's themes included romance, of course, students' pressure from parents and school bullying, etc. The usual stuff you would expect from any popular teen movies. But it was how friendship among the 5 students, all girls, was portrayed in the movie that captured most my attention. They were having their regular meetings in the school club meeting room, talking about what they had shared in writing in this diary, which, according to the English subtitles, read, I quote, "We fill it not just with our joy, but with our troubles too. Our feelings, our sorrows, our anger, we compiled this record together. A problem for one of us is a problem for all of us to shoulder, to solve." These lines from the girls in the movie struck me because they were almost identical to the sentiments shared by my closest high school friends, all Catholic, in our bi-weekly Christian Life Community, CLC, meetings during my last 3 years in YN College, Hong Kong, from the late 1970s to the early 80s. But there was one important difference between the friendship dynamics in the group in the movie and my YN CLC group. One, or maybe two differences, because the first obvious difference is that they were all girls and we were all boys in YN. The second difference was that we had a companion whom these girls did not have in the movie. They were alone as teenagers. Our companion was not a member of the friendship group, yet he was one of us in the CLC. He was Father Francis, our spiritual guide in the CLC. He listened to the life experiences we students shared in our bi-weekly meetings. He listened with patience when I shared my personal worries about my upcoming university entrance exams with him in our one-to-one meetings. He always listened fully before responding. He listened to our experiences of our monthly Jesuit-arranged, we went there by rotation, Jesuit-arranged services to 2 elderly women of the Home for the Blind, which were often an experience of joy because we took the women out of their home to buy their daily necessities from the stores and to get the government monthly subsidy from the post office. But sometimes such experiences were also an experience of male adolescent embarrassment when it comes to boys without elderly women in our own families physically assisting blind elderly ladies. Father Francis listened to our joy. And our friendship developed with these ladies, our embarrassment, and occasionally our mistakes made during these service activities. Father Francis also arranged his fellow Jesuit, Archbishop Dominic Tang Yi-ming, a YN alumnus who had spent 22 years in jail in the Chinese mainland, and at that time just released to Hong Kong for medical treatment. Father Francis arranged Archbishop Dominic, a bishop then, not yet Archbishop, to share his experiences with us. The Archbishop shared his experience as one of the first students of YN when the school was founded in 1919. His experience as a priest, as a bishop, his experience during those long years of imprisonment, including 7 years of solitary confinement. Our companion, Father Francis, not only listened to our experiences as teenagers, but also arranged opportunities for us to listen to the experiences of others, experiences from another time frame, from another context, from another stage of life. We could therefore listen to experiences that we would not have first-hand experience ourselves as adolescents. Listening to experience is the first element I identify in Jesuit alumni's accompaniment of students. What are the experiences of students in universities, in secondary and primary schools today in relation to how the world challenges them now and in future? How do we as Jesuit alumni understand these challenges as seniors of the same alma mater, or as these students' elder brothers or sisters in the family, or as their parents or grandparents, or listening as their teachers, as their headmasters, administrators in the school, and possibly for some of us, as their future employers. In this sharing, I suggest 3 major challenges facing our students today. AI, artificial intelligence, is definitely one of them. Students use AI in exponentially expanding volumes today to prepare for their presentations in class, to complete their assignments as a supporting tool, or illegitimately as a sole source of copying and pasting, and to design their leadership and social service projects. On the other hand, more mature students, like those in university, are increasingly worried, like university students I know after reading this newspaper headline 2 months ago from the Hong Kong media, that it reads, from a leading Hong Kong newspaper, that full-time jobs for university graduates was slashed by 65% in the last 3 years because of AI. So students in university are increasingly worried whether their undergraduate or master degree they're undergoing will lead them to AI-resilient jobs or to unemployment. This is another one from the Singaporean online magazine, Singaporean Business News, similar, though of a lesser extent, of cutting of jobs for fresh graduates. Secondary students wonder whether they should, like their seniors, continue to aspire towards the most competitive universities or programs, assuming that this route will guarantee them a successful life that their parents hope for them. The second challenge related to AI is social media. Students who have exposed themselves to social media at a young age may tell you their anxieties if they do not stay updated on social media about, say, the latest trends among their peers, about group jokes, or the mere fear of receiving less likes as usual, or being left out of social loops, or losing their digital status because of the pauses in the gamified socializing, or having their virtual self-identity regarded by their peers as outdated. Personally, I've witnessed students on a 2-week school excursion trip with restricted hours of smartphone usage. These students bursting into tears, showing irrational behaviors or even physical symptoms towards the end of the trip because of the withdrawal symptoms in their addiction to social media through their smartphones. Even if they know that highly personalized AI algorithms analyzing user behavior patterns or patterns of infinite scrolling, intermittent notification, all these are designed to ensure constant user attention or addiction. Even if they know this, many youngsters still cannot commit themselves into using less social media. A third challenge I identify is the world's increasing polarization at both the international and domestic levels. Polarization of the political, economic, social, and cultural entities has existed for a long time in human history. However, polarization today among the youth generation seems to be aggravated by several factors, including AI-driven algorithms resulting from the weaponization, and also hyper-partisan news sources, and in some countries, the impact on consumers resulting from the weaponization of trade, which can be a result of political polarization. All these lead to the increasing characterization of opponents as not only being incorrect in ideology, but even as existential threats who have to be harassed against, who have to be so-called struggled against in traditional or social media propaganda, who have to be, sadly, physically attacked or even violently exterminated. Some secondary and university students argue among themselves or with the older members of their families during dinner table conversations over issues like immigration, labor migrants, regional movements towards political independence from the country, etc. Or if they prefer not to argue, they hide their views. There are also students whose families are hit by cross-national trade tariffs, or whose overseas study plans are forced to change by increasing visa scrutiny against opposed countries or ethnic groups. This is the first part of my evolving map of hope for students accompanied by Jesuit alumni, which summarizes some of the points I made in the last few minutes. Let us now return to Jesus' walk with the 2 men to Emmaus to identify the second element in Christian accompaniment and formation. After listening to the 2 disciples' recollection of what they have experienced and what they have heard from others, Jesus challenged them of, quote, slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken, unquote, because they did not understand that it was, quote, necessary that the Christ should suffer these things and enter into his glory, unquote. In other words, something was missing in the disciples' account of their experience. There was no enlightened reflection. Then Jesus began interpreting to them the Old Testament in this light. The response from Jesus, the companion to these disciples' sharing of experience, is to recollect the scripture that tells his own story. So the second element in Jesuit Alumni's response to today's students' sharing of experience is the Christian story, the Catholic story, or the Ignatian story. This means recalling a relevant teaching from the Bible, or a principle in Catholic Church teachings or traditions, or one of the Ignatian spirituality insights we received when we were students in Jesuit schools, or as alumni through ongoing formation. Which principle, for example, from the Bible, which church teaching, which Ignatian principle that I've learned is relevant to the experience shared by this student sitting in front of me now? Jesus did not just quote scriptures from the Old Testament. He, as a stranger, interpreted knowledge about the faith in a way that made the men he accompanied eager to listen more from him, because when he appeared to be going beyond the village of Emmaus, his disciples, the two disciples asked him, "Stay with us, for it is toward evening." So Jesus, very likely, interpreted the Old Testament teachings in a way very meaningful to the accompanied from morning till dusk for around 11 to 12 hours, a long duration. He didn't just use knowledge, but probably also utilize skills to reinterpret the scriptures in a meaningful way. So Jesuit alumni are not just to give advice to student mentees. The more important is to help these young people to make meaning out of their lived experiences based on Catholic and Ignatian principles. So to students addicted to social media, the Jesuit alumnus as a companion is an opportunity for the addicted students to leave social media isolation and to talk to a real companion. The alumnus may share with them the difference between authentic desires and disordered attachment. St. Ignatius today might have rephrased disordered attachments for today's youth as algorithmic captivity. Captivity to online attention, to cyberspace validation, or to digital identity. Instead of using the traditional examples of health, wealth, and honor in the principles and foundations of the spiritual exercises, to integrate with some of today's youth's dawn-to-dusk social media habits, St. Ignatius might use, or our Jesuit alumni may ask the student, what is shaping your desires? You, God, or algorithm? The accompanied student can be guided to self-examine. To what extent could I act freely today from algorithmic captivity? To high school or university students worrying about AI's attrition of employment opportunities, instead of only focusing on discerning between what jobs are AI resilient and what are not, and such differences can change rapidly between the time the students get admitted into a university program and the time of his or her graduation. The discerning question prompted by a Jesuit alumnus companion may be based on the Ignatian principle of finding God in all things, including finding God in AI. What kind of career life would lead me to become more alive as a human being, especially in the dimension of love? AI has no capacity to love. At best, it can only simulate love, but based on a fake pseudo-humanity identity. In which careers is my service in my possible career probably most needed by people, with the gifts God bestows upon me taken into consideration? What career paths will better enable me to love others, or will better enrich my spiritual life, which is my connection with God, something that only humans can have because we have souls. AI does not have souls. Do I realize that I have been created for meanings beyond algorithmic consumption? Has technology been my tool for my greater purpose for living, or has it become my purpose of living? Pope Leo XIV wrote in his encyclical Magnificat Humanitas that technology should be considered in itself. Should not be considered in itself as a force antagonistic to humanity. Do students self-pressurize to prioritize AI resulting efficiency over using their God-given cognitive talents to the utmost? Jesuit alumni experienced with AI in the workplace can share with them their experienced and projected wider contextual continuum of AI. So this is just a suggested model from some AI professionals. AI is currently replacing skills on the assistance column, basic human skills in translating, analyzing, designing, and then later on moving towards the right into automating workflows, checking compliance, and then further down to the right, increasingly complex combination with robotics, and maybe in setting its own compliance rules, and even becoming an infrastructure like plugging into electricity socket power in the future. So alumni with supporting workplace experience can challenge students who are too lazy to think and all depend on AI for tasks, especially those on the left-hand side, tasks that they have time and they have ability to complete. If today students don't practice their God-given higher order judgment skills required in the second column, for example, their self-control skills, and those underneath, they are specifically human being abilities, not AI abilities at this moment. The leadership, the creativity skill that God has bestowed upon young people. If they cannot use them today, how can they, when they graduate, find a humanistic place in the employment market when all the technology have moved to the far right end of this continuum or even beyond? Beyond the far right of this continuum, there are already cases as exposed, I think a week ago in the global media, of greedy human beings using AI against the benefits of other humans and leading to loopholes in the system, with quasi-superhuman AI abilities being used by some AIs to attack others. How can university students develop the God-given human wisdom of learning from human history and also learning from the current tech world, as is St. Ignatius' vision of the Trinity contemplating creation? How can university students insist on bringing love, bringing justice, bringing peace to humanity in that contemplation, even on the eve of possible AI warfare? What questions should the primary and the secondary student ask about margins when using AI? Should I be looking for more productivity, more efficiency, or should I be using AI in discerned combination with the God-given higher order thinking skills, the creativity and the leadership, and my genuine emotional competence and my spiritual capacity that AI doesn't have, in order to love more deeply and more truthfully through my work? The discernment between the good and the evil spirits in St. Ignatius' spirituality may be needed when a student needs to distinguish, for example, between, on the one hand, immediate gratification when AI is totally adopted to generate contents for homework submission. On the other hand, the deeper fulfillment when the submitted work is my own authentic product, including the usage of high-level human discretion in deciding whether this AI-generated content is credible or not. So discretionary application or rejection. Discernment between the short-term gratification of scrolling infinitely on social media to learn about the most updated information, whether it's relevant or irrelevant to my purpose of living. On the other hand, the deeper fulfillment when engaged in meaningful face-to-face or online conversations with real persons. or discernment between wants originating from pressures, from authentic desires from the heart. Pressures like the fear of being excluded by social media friends or obtaining a record number of likes, leading to pressurized posting of own stands or Photoshop personal photos. On the other hand, the authentic desire to feel loved and accepted in a non-virtual peer community. Regarding the experience in a polarized family, peer group, nation, or in the world, the two standards in St. Ignatius' spiritual exercises may seem very applicable to today's context. Consider the two approaches in the polarized entity. Which way? The standard of self or the standard of love? Which way shows greater humility, truth, justice, service, and solidarity among peoples? Which way stresses more ego, self-optimization, antagonistic falsehood, and unfavorable treatment against the marginalized? Which approach among polarized views lead to more consolation? Which approach leads to emptiness, despair, and darkness? This is a photo back in 1991 when I attended my first WUJA Congress in Bilbao, Loyola, Spain. So I was having this photo taken together with an African delegate. I was the delegate from Wine College, Hong Kong, and Ritchie Hall. Now, only one line from one of the speakers' speech that I can still remember today. And that line was from the then Secretary of Education of the Society, Father Vincent Dominuco. I remember him raising his fist and also raising his volume when he was delivering the following sentence of his keynote on the podium in the University of Deusto in Bilbao, Spain. Quote, "Jesuit education is not aimed at producing a socio-economic elite, but if Jesuit alumni are elites, they have to be elites in service," unquote. So if the services rendered by Jesuit alumni 35 years later today include the accompaniment of the youth, in order to be the best of the best in this kind of service, or in this category of universal apostolic preference, as we call it today, we alumni have to undergo fresh or refreshed formation ourselves to be knowledgeable and experienced in Catholic teachings and traditions, in Ignatian spirituality insights, especially from the exercises, in the skills of listening, the skills to enable oneself being accepted as a companion instead of being regarded as a foreign visitor, and also reformed ourselves in terms of skills of responding to young people in an attractive manner to inspire them to make meaning out of their lives. And this meaning-making step is the outcome of the third element in the Emmaus story. Jesus, the companion, accepted the two disciples' invitation and sat at a table at a place in the Emmaus village. They had been with their new companion for almost 12 hours now, but they had not recognized his identity until this moment when Jesus blessed and broke the bread at the table. Their eyes were then opened and they recognized the companion, while Jesus vanished immediately out of their sight. Companionship does not have to be permanent or even long-term. Jesus' companionship of these two men, literally speaking, was only one day, but the impact was lifelong. These two men then record to one another that our hearts did not our hearts burn within us while he talked to us on the road, while he opened to us the scriptures. Now, Luke, the evangelist, did not give details about how Jesus opened to them the scriptures. But since the opening of the scriptures led to the opening of their eyes in recognizing Jesus, the scripture opening process must involve unlocking some originally hidden meaning of the scripture as related to the disciples' witnessing of Jesus' death. So integrating the youth experience with Catholic and Ignatian principles and insights is the third element. The integration is the third element in our accompaniment and formation, leading to meaning being discovered by the young people we accompany. This integration and reflection may involve questions like, in what ways did AI help you to grow as a person today? Or from the young person perspective, when did AI unnecessarily replace my intellectual efforts or even handicap my emotional competence? And when meaning is discovered by the student, this integration of learned principles and experience leads to the fire burning in the heart, a passion towards a response, and an immediate action here in the Mayor's story. So the fourth and the last element in the accompaniment is the response by the accompanied person. Now the left map shows the direction from Jerusalem. It's maybe too small here. Oh, it's exactly behind me. So from Jerusalem to Emmaus, one has to walk in a west-northwest direction, so towards sunset. But these two men, after recognizing Jesus, walked in the opposite direction. Their response began with them rising from a dining table, immediately leaving the village, now in darkness. So the picture shown on the right of the screen here, actually, showing Jerusalem in all this bright light, that should be almost towards their arrival at the place where the 11 apostles were staying there at dawn the next morning. So to find the apostles and to announce the message of hope that the Lord has indeed risen. That journey back to Jerusalem must have taken them at least the same duration that they had spent in the opposite direction early in the day. But they were proceeding in darkness towards light at dawn, symbolizing that the accompaniment by Jesus has led them from the gloominess, the confusion, to hope. The response stage often does not begin with physically visible actions, but with an internal formulation of a position to act in future. It already begins when the heart is burning because meaning has been made clear. It begins when the youngster becomes actively aware of new AI systems or rules formed by companies, formed by the government, or even by the school, will lead to bias, will lead to social inequality. It begins when the youngster is determined to use his or her own higher order cognitive skills to complete a task otherwise done by AI, or when determined to review a draft put forward by AI. The response already begins when the youngster decides to become free from the disordered attachment to the likes and algorithms, or when the meaning helped made by alumnus companions prompts the youngster to aim higher, to aim more deeply, and not just for quantity, the quantitative more. Of course, externally manifested response, which is also action in the fourth element of accompaniment, is seen when the youngster implements self-created AI-free zones because I want to engage myself in deep thinking work, or when the youngster is in heated debate over polarized views, is however able to verbally point out among the opponent's arguments something valuable based on the principle of finding God in all things, even in things uttered by political opponents, because there is something true, something charitable, beautiful, or holy among all the things from the polarized opponent. Archbishop Dominic Tang, in that short accompaniment with me and my schoolmates 40-something years ago, shared with us even during his long imprisonment and forced labor, he had never lost hope. He was still able to smile towards the guards in the jail or the forced labor camp, and he showed small gestures of kindness to his cellmates when he was not in solitary confinement, even though he, as a prisoner, had very little material comfort, the worst moment being His only pair of underpants was his only possession. The Archbishop met us at a time when the political future of Hong Kong was uncertain, was gloomy. People didn't know what would happen to their lives in 1982. What would happen after the prospective resumption of Chinese sovereignty in 1997, 15 years later? Many were contemplating whether to stay or to leave Hong Kong, including students and their families in my school, or even among the Jesuits. I remember some overseas wine alumni suggesting back then, why not move our alma mater away from Hong Kong to a North American city? Of course, the Jesuits did not do that, and eventually they announced that they were going to stay, even though things were still not clear about the outlook. So for many people, the outlook was gloomy, not hopeful. The Archbishop's accompaniment taught me that hope that is seen is not hope. For who hopes what he sees? Romans 8:24. He did not accompany us for a long period, but those short moments were enough for me to benefit for a lifetime. That is, to maintain Christian hope when I cannot see it, when things tend to drive most people towards despair and desolation. And therefore to do small things to my very best on a daily basis and leaving God to do the rest. Jesuit alumni accompanying the youth strive to inspire them to make Christian and Ignatian meaning out of their experiences so as to respond in ways, even when the outlook is gloomy, in ways that reflect hope towards the future, hope in God. So, a map of hope drawn together by Jesuit alumni companions and the accompanied young ones may look like this. The challenges differ from person to person. The alumnus companion listens to the learner's experience, and if appropriate to the context, bring in experiences of their own or of others, recall relevant Christian and Ignatian knowledge, principles, insights, help the youngster to integrate that into their experiences, and therefore to make meaning, generating a fire within their hearts, eventually resulting either internally characterized or externally manifested responses towards greater hope. So, with the consideration of the learner's context before companionship and formation begins, now that formation requires us, ourselves, alumni. We need to undergo new or refreshed formation. What a big ministry for our alumni bodies to consider. So the context in Ignatian pedagogy, 1993, and also the evaluation after a cycle of companionship is completed. The left model is what was promulgated by the then Father General Peter Hans Kovenbach in 1993. So the ML story account, or the pedagogical model, is quite similar. I've integrated the second and the third element together in that left box in the right model, very similar to the Ignatian pedagogy we use in Jesuit schools. The IPP, the Ignatian pedagogical paradigm, has experience, reflection, and action as its core, and context and evaluation on its peripheries. So I hope that the thoughts I presented in this speech have in some ways provoked ideas among us Jesuit alumni on how to become better companions in formation to students currently facing the world's challenges so that they always do not lose hope in facing their lives in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tan, for the very insightful presentation. All right, so we still have a few minutes. We will welcome several questions, responses, or maybe you can also share experiences. Okay, I already see some hands over there. Okay, so yes. The comedy, maybe you can accommodate us with the microphone.
Good morning, Mr. Jonathan, and thank you for your awesome presentation. My name is Gabriel Randall. I'm from Gonzaga College in Indonesia. I'm kind of interested about your slide about the championships towards hope. And in the reality in Indonesia, and I think mostly around the world, rapidly adopts AI in schools, university, and workplace. And looking back to your previous reference on your slide, many young people, especially fresh graduate, I think worry about their future, job prospect, about the presence of this AI. So how can the Ignatian principle of, one of the Ignatian principle, which is finding God in all things, help us to see that AI is not just a threat, but maybe an opportunity, maybe an opportunity to having a bright future ahead for us as a young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I answer it now? Thank you for your insightful question. Yes, perhaps in my speech I didn't, in terms of fairness, give enough time to the positive sides of the usage of AI among young people. It's not just threats, you're right, finding God in all things. I think this is an aspect that most high school and universities are actively promoting. So the positive aspects of AI are shown in the revised curriculum in most education systems is quite conspicuous. The problem, as you saw in that continuum slide, that the positive aspects today can lead to young students' laziness in using that part of the brain, which can become atrophied if not used. And later, when AI advances so quickly to take over the medium-level tasks that human beings are practicing now in the offices, then the only cognitive tasks left will be the high-level thinking ones. So if we don't use our brains in primary, in early secondary enough to go through that, I call it an apprenticeship process. Human beings rarely succeed when they jump from infant to CEO in the office. It's a process of growth, intellectual growth, growth of skills. And because AI can do these simple things now, we recognize. But if we delegate everything to AI as a 12-year-old, as a 14-year-old, and when I'm asked after I graduate from university to perform skills at this level, I didn't really make use of the God-given talents for the basic and the intermediate skills that was called to practice, to learn. The gospel account of Jesus' childhood was that he grew in physics and also in wisdom. My wisdom can't jump to that level. And also, let me quote an example. I noticed that this is broadcast live, but I have to say it because it is fact. The Hong Kong Education Bureau several weeks ago announced its so-called new blueprint for AI education in a publication. The thing that struck me most is that in that framework, the things that I was talking about this morning, the ethical and moral implication of the use of AI was represented in the thick curriculum. It's not even a curriculum, it's a framework booklet publication. This was only represented in 3 words. What are the 3 words? Ethics and morality. No specific guidance to teachers how to teach AI with the awareness of its possibility of bringing people into unethical practices. So I think while your question is justified, we as Ignatian alumni need to help our younger peers to be aware of the negative sides of AI while using it positively for things that we have control over. We still have discretion over the products generated by AI. We don't automatically trust everything. Back to the principles of and foundations, it can lead to both betterment or can lead us away from God. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been a very wonderful discussion, but we are sorry because the time is very limited. I think the time is up, and we actually really wish to have more conversation with Dr. Tan. So yeah, thank you, Dr. Tan, for sharing the very insightful presentation. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Tan. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusefa, for guiding that conversation, and thank you, Dr. John Tan, for helping us draw a new map of hope this morning. Our next session turns to a question that touches every one of us, whether we notice it or not. How do we discern truth, conscience, and identity in an age where information flows free of its anchors?
May I invite to the stage together Dr. Martianus Ezerman, a cryptography expert and senior lecturer at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and Dr. Johannes Eka Priyatma, who will moderate this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Martianus Ezerman and Dr. Johannes Eka Priyatma.
Pak Eka, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi to all our Indonesian friends, and magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat to our friend from the Philippines, because both of us graduated from Ateneo de Manila. So we still remember how to greet our friend from the Philippines. Thank you. I'm Johannes Eka Priyatma. You may call me Eka for short. I'm a very senior lecturer here in Sanata Dharma University. By next year, I will have been teaching here for 40 years. So just imagine how old I am. I've been lecturing at Informatics Department of this university, and I graduated from Ateneo 33 years ago. Very long time. Today, we are going to continue our conversation because Dr. Tang just finished his presentation and he mentioned many times about AI. We will continue to discuss and making conversation how to respond to the very important phenomena we are having in the last 4 years, the advance of AI. Though AI has helped a lot in finishing our job, in doing things, but finally we realize that AI also created many fear, many problems, and for me, it is not easy to deal with AI. I teach about AI, but just very initial thing. I just did introduction to AI. Today, we are going to touch some issues. We are going to discuss and get some insight from our speaker, because if things can be represented in digital format, then it will be very cheap, very easy to manage, but at the same time, it can also be easily be manipulated. And therefore, our digital world brings some problem, especially in finding truth, in making sure that information we have is really true, and it also creates many problems in building trust, and finally, it is also difficult to make sure that our decision has a good wisdom. We are lucky because we have our speaker who are expert in this kind of thing, especially in cryptography area. I would like to introduce Dr. Frederick Esserman. He is a senior lecturer in mathematical sciences at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, or NTU for short. He earned degrees in philosophy and mathematics from Ateneo de Manila University and completed his PhD at NTU. He is also a senior member of IEEE and the co-founding directors of PQ Station, an NTU spin-off company specializing in post-quantum cryptography. His research focuses on coding theory, cryptography, cybersecurity, and AI in education. He has advised government and businesses on cybersecurity and is passionate about helping people use technology wisely and responsibly. Ladies and gentlemen, as moderator, I was encouraged by the organizing committee to make this session interactive, relaxed, and enjoyable. So before Dr. Esserman shares his insight, I would like to tell you a short story. I hope by hearing this story, we can enjoy Dr. Esserman's speech. 10 years ago, I went to Singapore, and then one of our alumni met me. He works in IT company in Singapore. He told me that he just invented a new technology, a computer system that can answer almost all questions. It is like ChatGPT or Gemini that we are having now. The problem, his boss did not believe him. His boss said to him, I don't believe a Sanata Dharma graduate can build a system that's smart. Then our alumnus said, let's just try, boss. Then they went to his office, and as soon as they opened the door, the computer system, the smart computer system replied, "Good morning, boss. How can I help you today?" His boss smiled. "Very good. If you are really smart, answer my question. Where is my father right now?" Computer system reply as soon as possible, "I know, boss. Your father is living happily in United States." The boss laughed. "See, you are not so smart after all. My father passed away 2 years ago." Then the computer replied, "Yes, boss, but the man who passed away 2 years ago was your mother's husband. Your father lived in USA." Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our boss from Singapore, Dr. Frederick Esserman.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy here to see a lot of old friends and make many new ones. The lectern and me, we are not good friends. So allow me please to just not use the lectern and utilize the stage. Okay, it's a difficult assignment to discuss this, but let me try my best. And I'm also eager to listen from your perspective and questions later. We live in a time where we have more informations than any civilizations in histories. And even if you combine all of them, up to about 20 to 30 years ago, we still beat them hands down very easily. In fact, the amount of informations that we cumulatively produce on a daily basis now measure a whole lot than entire human civilizations produce in 1,000 years. But the paradox or the interesting things about it is that we trust one another less. It's a fact of life, which is very intriguing, because we have more information, and typically information should lead us to better decisions, less uncertainty. But no, we distrust one another more. And often, not many people admit this, we distrust ourselves more. So we do have AI. Instead of helping us getting better at discerning, give us misinformations. It's easy to create fake, and it's just now all too easy to declare others as fake or as supplying fake informations. If you have enough footage of you on YouTube or in social media, one can easily turn it into a rather convincing videos of you doing things that you've never done. We have seemingly unlimited informations, but we become more and more confused. We do have instant communications, but it polarizes. And global connectivity, yes, it's a lot easier now to connect, but it's also somehow accelerated our distrust. So, I've been working in cryptography, in coding theory, and cybersecurity for over 2 decades. And I want to share to you how the tools that we use from mathematics, from computer science, from AI, work in our daily life to build trust, at least on a small segment of digital communications. Coding theory is actually a mechanism or a mathematical approach that strives to preserve and convey informations as faithfully as possible. So it's about fidelity. I want to reproduce informations in another locations, in another time, exactly as it was before. Of course, errors happen, and coding theories strive to make sure that error can be detected and corrected up to a certain level. But our informations, as faithfully represented as it can be, also need extra protections. Certain conversations are confidential. Certain informations needs to be maintained very confidential for a very long time. Some other form of our communications, they are not confidential, but you want to be able to verify their integrity. When we are communicating in the digital world, we also need to make sure that the one we are communicating with are really who they claim themselves to be. So let me walk you through an example. I pick up my phone, I go into an online banking. The system first verifies that it was me. On the other hand, the system also verifies that we are actually communicating with the right bank, with the right system. So there is an authentication process. Then you perform your transactions. Let's say I'm sending to Julio here, I'm sending $100. I do not want that $100 to turn into 1,000. And I don't want that amount of money to go into another person's bank account. So there we have to maintain integrity. And then of course, there should be a verification that the transaction has been done. So there is a lot of mathematics there, a lot of computer engineering that is really protecting us on a daily basis. We don't see it, but they are there. Cybersecurity is a whole lot different thing. I often tell my students and myself occasionally that if the mathematics and the computer science scare you, then the human aspects must terrify you. Because in the cybersecurity area, we are not just talking about the foundational theory, but also how it operates in real life. And that's where judgment needs to take over from the technical tools. Which algorithms are we designing for home? We need to include as many people as possible, but we don't want to water down the security. We want the systems to be fast, but we also want the system to be reliable. So usually in this kind of systems, we have three things: fast, cheap, and secure. You choose two. Or if you have to choose all three, you need to lower down some of your standards. Okay, and that builds trust in most of our digital system. Yes, from time to time you hear about banks getting breached and money lost, stolen and stuff, but in general, we are still pretty much protected there. So the tools, the judgment, and the trust that is formed through it. But this is the simple stuff. So let me go to the next one. I want to share with you 3 stories, briefly, 1 slide each, and then ask ourselves together what deserves our confidence. My first example is from higher education. The second one is from the trend in AI, and the third one about how the human factor goes into cybersecurity. Let me introduce to you Professor Roberto Serrano. This professor was recently featured in Insight Higher Education. And triggers an interesting discussions among many of us in the education professions when we are talking about assessment for our students in the time of AI. Okay, so let me tell you the background. He teaches this course, Econ 1170, Welfare Economics and Social Choice Theory at Brown University. There was a shooting incident earlier in the semester, and he decided that the midterm will be a take-home exam lasting way beyond just the usual 2 or 3 hours of exam in class, and the students are allowed to use whatever tools at their disposal. And he gave the midterm to be harder than the usual written midterm. So what happened when he got the results? If you look at that table there, the second column, you combine the first and the second column. Between 90 and 100, the midterm, 40 students or 68% got that score. And then you can see down 80 to 89, 12 students, and so on and so forth. So then the quotation on the left, just below his portrait. I realized what we are seeing was not human, it was generative, and it was most of the class. Most of the class. So then he said, well, this is not what I'm expecting. So he decided, he told the class, I am going to do something that allow you to prove me wrong. But his interim conclusion is that you guys are all using AI. Not all. Turns out 1 or 2 students didn't use AI and the data actually reveal it. But then he says, all right, I'm going to turn the final exam back into a written format, and then I will give it a weightage of 80% instead of 40, 60%, right? And you can see here the result. The final in-person, 7 students get between 90 and 100. And you can see on the last column, the change in performance. 18 students dropped the class and 9 students did not take the exam. In fact, a number of students who did go for the exam scored 0 points. Now, the key insight here is that the high score collapsed on the in-person final, so performance shifted downward across the board. Now, it's quite easy to dismiss this as, well, the youth of today, the young people now, they've gone yumpy, they've gone lazy, they've delegated thinkings to AI. I think it's really simplistic. And we often pray, do not put us into temptation. The temptation is so high. How do we expect as an educator to give this kind of exam and the students will not use that? It's a tool to improve your competitive advantage. It's just all too human to use it, right? I mean, the youth of today, I don't believe that they are lazy. Many of them, I think, they perform much better than us, my generation at least. It's just different. And our KPI, if we want to be very honest, even in our Jesuit school, our KPI, we reward those who perform well in exam because that's easy to measure. But now in the age of AI, why wouldn't students use AI? Teachers use AI. Why wouldn't they? So it's just too simplistic to say, well, they've gone soft. They don't want to use their brain. They don't want to use their judgment. Not really. You put them into temptations. Then they took it. We pray to be, not to be put into temptation. We shouldn't put others into temptation as well. So this is an interesting debate going on. One side says this one, another side says that one. The second trend is that now a lot of AI companies are hiring humanities graduates, anthropologists, philosophers, psychologists, historians. It's because there is a shift now. The hardest AI problems are now increasingly human problems. Before, for many decades, we are thinking about better architecture, deeper neural network, how to disperse it better, how can we use memory better, how do we allocate this? The architecture, the computer engineering stuff, the mathematics of optimizations. Should I use this algorithm? No, you take it this way, put some probability, it performs better. But now, we started to clearly figure out some of these technical things, and then, well, you have a data. You have the architectures that run very quick analytic on this data. Now what is missing? The right questions. The questions that will tease insights that you want to get from this data. And those of us who have played with AI for a long time knows that some of these AI models, they are people pleaser. You ask them a question that is soft and very open-ended, they give you soft and open-ended garbage. Okay, so now the problem is becoming more and more human. And this is where we need to put a lot more effort. Now, cybersecurity is also a human problem. I mentioned earlier to you that, well, if you are scared of the mathematics, then the human side should terrify you. A simple example here, phishing. Phishing doesn't hack system. It plays with the system. It embeds itself in the system. It exploits judgment. So it's very common, right? You get an email through your email system. So you are thinking, well, the school email server should have flagged this down. And then, well, there is a clickable link, looks legit. Let me click it. I didn't put it here because I don't know where the slides will go, right? And this is live, but then, okay, let me pick two examples. One Singapore, the other one Indonesia. The good hackers, they don't attack system. You'll be foolish to attack system. The mathematics are foolproof. Then if it is implemented well, it is very difficult to breach the system. The best hackers look at who already have access to the system and just stick to that person or that team. That's a difference between a very good attacker, and a lousy one who's just starting. Okay? So let me give you an example from Indonesia. In Indonesia, because of the rampant corruptions, a lot of procurements is done multi-years, 5 years. 5 years for this government project, digitalizations. The one being paid to the security provider is year 1. Year 2 may not be renewed. The money was already dispersed, but it didn't go to the provider. So what the good hackers here in Indonesia, they just wait. Wait until the expiry of the first year. Then start attacking 1 second after that. Very successful. And many system administrators are not disciplined enough. They log in from hotel open Wi-Fi, some coffee shop somewhere. So if I'm a good hacker, I know, oh, this guy is the one having access to this system. I just stay with him. Tap into the Wi-Fi around. So, judgment, not the system. An example from Singapore. This problem gave us a lot of headache for many years now. Now it's getting better. A lot of loneliness. A lot of people with a lot of money, but they are lonely. And they trust the government very much. So how do the hackers approach them? Either love bombing, pretending that they are interested romantically with you, and get you to transfer the money to them for free. Loneliness. Trigger your decisions. The second one, they impersonate government officials. Sending them click, I am from ICA, I am from the Singapore Police Force. Billions of dollars lost to this. So the solutions, the approach is, slowing this thing down, ensuring cooling off period. If you add a new recipient to your digital banking system, there is a 12 hours period. You can't execute anything. And the government enabled bankers or people who are in the security team of the bank to actually stop transactions and require higher proof of intent. Maybe inviting the person to come to the bank or send somebody. So, the system there is very strong. The service will still go on top-notch, but go into the human. Trigger the decision side of the human. So 3 things: higher educations, we want a deeper understanding of human societies and values. AI, in cybersecurity, where defending in the situations now, we have a lot of adversarials and deceptive tools that plays around with the human conditions. So, in many ways, these powerful tools of AIs, they amplify what is already there. They amplify instead of just, keeping things there. Nowadays, if you want to attack, you can automate it. But the same thing with defense. You can also automate it. You can create better tools that do that. So we need more human judgment. We need more of these components coming into. So we need discernments. We need better assessments of ethical compass. And we need to be more responsible. The preference for the poor, the preference for the marginalized here is to provide the best security that we can give, to give more access to the useful tools that we can give in a cheaper way, in a more inclusive way. Years of working in communication systems give me this particular insight. Actually, this insight was in a very first paper, which is foundational to the entire digital information. This was written by Claude Shannon in 1944. Every communications, every channel has noise. Every channel has noise. Channels are noisy. And in terms of the human conditions, the noise comes from misunderstanding, from our assumptions, from our fears, and from our expectations. Technically, we know how to solve these things. But the tools, the technical tools, relies on the human judgment. The system designers needs to pick the right ones. And the right one will change, will shift, and needs to be augmented by other things, because, technical solutions needs to be accompanied by many other supporting or frameworks, legal framework, political framework, socio-economical framework. So, if every important communications contain noise, what do we do? The interesting things from secure and reliable communications is not that you need to send more informations. You don't send more informations. What happens is you provide rooms for error. You provide rooms so that the errors can be discerned, it can be recognized, and then you can recover. It's very interesting for me as a student of philosophy and as a mathematician, an active researcher, to see that you don't send more information, and the geometry, the mathematical geometry actually follows that insight. You provide rooms for error, so that then you can see clearly which one is the error. And the interesting thing is, once you provide these rooms for error, you do your reliable communication and secure communication better. Not by forcing more information, but by expanding your room. It's paradoxical, right? Because expanding room means there are more redundancy. Instead of sending informations, you put more redundancy. But if we look at this, a great systems must recover gracefully. It doesn't mean we don't have cracks. It doesn't mean we are not going to be broken. But there is a space for recovery. Now, technically, these principles here is also working. Trust grows through verifications. If you are connecting with a bank, you need to know that that is really the bank that you are connecting to. It's not something else. Right? So verification's answer, is this true? Can I trust this? Is there enough degree of trust that I can assign to this? But wisdom asks, what should I do then? It's not a clear-cut thing. Sometimes the answer is fuzzy. But here is something that I learned along the way. You know, as a young teacher, you're kind of a bit of I was a bit of a show-off, right? Wants to teach them, wants to teach my students a lot of material. But the longer I teach, I realize that, you need discipline, attention, and this is something which is becoming more and more expensive now. Discipline, attention. There's just so much distractions. And it also applies to us as educators, as teachers, also as learners. We need discipline, attentions. We need to make time. We need to make room. Because discernment is an interior practice. And one thing about discernment is that it's not aiming to get the perfect answer all the time. It's aiming at the neighborhood of a good answer. And approximations. At least that's how I put it. The Jesuits here may disagree and the theologians may not like that kind of formulations. But for me, you are trying to hit a moving target and you are trying to aim at the neighborhood of the bullseye instead of trying to get the bullseye all the time. And the deepest questions, unfortunately, this is true, I think, they just don't have quick answer. And in fact, many of them don't have answers, right? That's why in philosophy we are taught to ask questions and hardly got any questions that applies forever. So it's a look for the greater good, not what is the easiest, not what is popular, what is true, what is just, what is loving, in an approximate way, not in an exact way. Now, if we are looking at our mission as forming leaders, this includes ourselves, to keep forming ourselves that do all of these things, lead with integrity, build communities of trust, use technology for the common good, serve with compassion, think critically, and apply that on a just act, then this is my take that I want to share with you. If we want to form this kind of leader, if we want to still continue forming ourselves, we need to be at the table. There is a saying that if you are not at the table, very likely you are the menu, you are on the table. Right? So this is my impressions. Many people talk about AI. Only a small fraction of it actually wrestle with AI. And I think it's because it takes some technical depth, right? It takes some technical depth. It also takes willingness to take risk and try and get involved into messy things and commit errors. But if we are not being part of it, I think Jesuit tradition never shy away from difficult stuff. Right? So let's be at the table, or at least if not exactly at the table, around the table. Otherwise, we'll be on the table. So let's try to get into this more human world. And I think there is some movements toward that. technology serves humanities and wisdom guides our choices, because technology that serves humanity, in my experience, create good business. It's not contradictory to making money, actually, for many businesses. It's just that you don't make the tons of money that you are aiming right now. Maybe you're making less, but making more people happy. I think that's a good business strategy as well. So, what I'm trying to share with you today is, of course, incomplete. The topic is quite broad, but at least certain pointers that comes from my experience, from my reflections, from what I heard from colleagues, from friends, in conversations, what I got from students in real interactions. You know, this process, examine, discern, choose, commit, and transform. And if we make mistake, let's repeat again. I'll end here for this particular sessions, but the mission continues, right? So back to the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esserman, for insightful and provocating talk. Ladies and gentlemen, though very limited time, we have only 5 minutes left. It's time for all of you to respond to his interesting talk. Maybe I will just give you 1 or 2 respond. Please raise your hand and please present your response shortly by first introducing yourself, your name and your institution. One is here. Please give microphone to him sitting in front, and the second from, in front of me wearing a black, shirt. Okay, please, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your very insightful, very enthusiastic learning of AI and its applications, especially with the safety aspects. I have always been concerned about the criminal side of AI, which you very aptly highlighted today. And we have seen the changes. You say that we are putting barriers, we are putting rechecks and further rechecks, and we are still evolving on how to do the cryptography in cybersecurity. My question to you is, looking at the kind of artificial intelligence negative usage, are we ever going to be secure?
Thank you. Before Dr. Esserman reply or answer your question, let us give to the second response.
Check. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Esserman. My name is Galang. I am Sanata Dharma University alumni. I wanted to say that your framework is actually working. I do research on, I want to be specific on AI detector. And you mentioned that we need human judgment more than ever now. I do agree fully about that. But in my experience, when I did a research, I want to give you a bit of background, that I interviewed students about this. And the thing that stayed with me was this student, that many of them felt suspected before they had done anything wrong. You know, and they started writing differently, but not to get better. They just wanted to sound less like a machine, so they'd sound less like them, right? And some describe losing the sense that the writing was theirs at all, right? And the part that I did not expect, that those same students still came to their teachers, and they still choose the lecturer as the person they told everything to. Well, in a way, the same person running the detector on their own work, right? And the trust was still there. I read this through 2, at least, philosophers, Gilles Deleuze, and I connected with the, more Hannah Arendt on judgment. Now, my questions is that I've been wondering whether the real crisis is a shortage of judgment. Or whether our institutions have found ways to avoid exercising judgment. Because outsourcing it is faster and because it protects us from having to be wrong again in front of student. And if the question of this talk is what deserves our confidence, I would like to ask in the other direction, what would it take for our students to have confidence in us as teachers? Thank you.
Please, Dr. Eshelman, you have 2 questions.
Let me address it briefly. The first question is very interesting. Are we going to ever be secure? My answer is, if anybody sell you product or services in cryptography saying that it's completely secure, do not buy from this person. Walk away. Okay? What we are trying to do in cybersecurity, especially in cryptography, is to make it very difficult for the attackers, not impossible, to make it very difficult for them to attack, relative to their gain. Relative to their gain. That's why if your adversary is a state agency trying to attack you, you need to defend differently than when, it's something like, okay, I used to teach students very basic substitution cipher, which was used by the Romans 500 BC. If you want to hide something from your parents or from your nosy siblings, this is sufficient. If you want to hide it from me, I can break it in a few seconds. Right? Will we ever be secure? No. What we are doing is we are minimizing the impact to us and maximizing the cost to our adversary. We make it very difficult or expensive for them that they're not going to even think about it. If you are harvesting an asset which is $10,000, but you need to spend $1 million, it doesn't make sense. So that is the purpose of modern cryptography. Make it easy for us, make it difficult for them. Now, the easy and the difficult changes, depending on the tools. Okay, so I hope that briefly answers. The second one, will we have confidence? I think a lot of misunderstanding on this AI, what are their capabilities, is behind this. Let me explain. AI is very good at narrow tasking. It's still very bad. I don't know if things will change in the future. It is still very bad at deciding which one you need to narrow your attention to. Their advantage is they have a lot of memory. They can arrange knowledge in terms of interconnected graph that they can access quickly. But which part of the graph you are asking the questions, and what questions you are asking, and what conclusion and verifications you are going to make out of the output, that's on you, that's on us, that is still on us. So the message for me at least is, don't be fools, but don't go in the other direction and say, I'm not going to use that, or it's evil, it's bad. Just understand the limitation of each. And if we can outsource some of our portions of mental work or repetitive work to AI, well, delegate it and use the extra bandwidth created to do something more, something meaningful. It's kind of good. Now I can, delegate the boring stuff and I move to the nicer one. I don't know how to do that. Just a habit forming, I suppose. Keep doing it and the habit will form. But the messaging from us, if you are in a position of an educator or a mentor, the messaging is important as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eshelman. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter how interesting is our discussion, but I have no right to extend this session. Please approach Dr. Eshelman during our coffee break if you still have some question or some responses to his thought. I should end the session here, and let us give a round of applause to Dr. Eshelman because giving us a very insightful and provocative speech. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Eka, for that conversation. And thank you, Dr. Martianus Ezerman, for a perspective that will stay with us well beyond this morning.
Before we take our break, we have a special message to share with you. The World Union of Jesuit Alumni has been shaped over the decades by the leadership of those who came before us. May I now invite everyone to turn your attention to the screen as we play a video greeting from a past president of WUJA, Mr. Bernard Thompson.
Hello, dear Jesuit alumni and alumni, my dear friends at WUJA. I really rejoice at the prospect of being with you in Yogyakarta at the end of July. It will be great to see again the faces I've known for years and whom I like, and to discover new faces I am sure I will appreciate in the future. It is true that we will celebrate on the 31st of July, on the very feast of Saint Ignatius, the 70th anniversary of our World Union of Jesuit Alumni. What a journey it has been. It started quite hesitantly because the first Congress, after the founding Congress of 1956, was only in 1967 in Rome. And we had to wait another 19 years to witness the Third World Congress held in Versailles in 1986. But from then on, the pace accelerated, and after a fourth Congress held in Bilbao in 1991 to celebrate the 500th anniversary of Saint Ignatius' birth, we had congresses first every 6 years and then every 4 years. It is since this Bilbao Congress in 1991 that I have been involved in WUJA's journey. That was 35 years ago, which means that I have walked along with WUJA for half of its existence. And indeed, I attended the subsequent congresses of Sydney in 1997, Kolkata in 2003, Bujumbura in 2009, and only 4 years after that the Congress of Medellin in 2013, followed by the Congress in Cleveland in 2017. That is in Medellin that I succeeded the much regretted Tom Bausch, who died a few months before the Congress. Re-elected in Cleveland, I finished my second mandate in Barcelona in 2022. An extended mandate, that is, because COVID had struck in the meantime, which forced us to postpone by 1 year the Congress to be held in Catalonia. I still remember fondly the 50th anniversary of WUJA that we celebrated in Miami, USA in 2006. Time flies, but WUJA remains. Some of our old friends have gone back to the house of the Father, but the memory I hold preciously in me. What did I learn from this journey? I learned that we can be incredibly dissimilar in our culture, social background, and even beliefs, and still feel close to one another. There is one reason for that: the magic of the Magis. Yes, it is Ignatius' spiritual heritage, translated into a common pedagogical experience that has nurtured us and made of us what we truly are, human beings modestly trying to be men and women for and with others. Happy birthday, WUJA.
Thank you, Bernard, for those words and everything you have given to this union over the years.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 30-minute coffee break. Refreshments are available outside the auditorium through the main entrance or the exit doors on the left-hand side of the stage. We kindly ask everyone to be back in the auditorium 10 minutes before the next session begins.
Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here shortly.
shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night.
Coba cek sinyal.
Cek, cek.
Oke.
Seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands, with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day nation, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands, with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
Gentlemen.
Go forth for the greater glory of God.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to resume. We kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium now.
Different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to resume. We kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium now.
strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to resume. We kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium now.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to resume. We kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium now.
From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now send as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one light, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters,
God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire,
Welcome back, everyone. Before we move into our next session, a brief note. Due to a technical mix-up before the break, the video greeting you saw was from Mr. Alain Deneve, when we had intended to bring you a second, separate greeting as well. We apologize for the mix-up, and we are glad to now share the one we originally planned for this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, one more voice from WUJA's history would like to greet us. May I invite everyone to once again turn your attention to the screen as we play a video greeting from another past president of WUJA, Mr. Bernard Thompson.
Hello, and a warm greetings to you all on this memorable occasion. I had the good fortune of being educated by the Jesuits at a boarding school in England from 1952 to 1962. The picture at the beginning of this video is of me taken around the time that WUJA was founded in 1956. So I haven't changed much, have I? Apart from the beard. Mind you, maybe I'm a little bit biased. When we last met in Barcelona in 2022, I had every expectation of being with you all tonight to celebrate the 70th birthday of WUJA. Sadly, this has not been possible, so I'm very grateful to you, Elman, for your understanding, and to you and your team for making it possible for me to participate in this way. One of the great things about these congresses is that they bring together so many diverse people who have at least one thing in common: Jesuit influence in their lives. The first congress I attended was in fact a European one in Brussels, where one of the chief organisers was Alain Deneve. I've been fortunate to attend many congresses since, and my first WUJA Congress was in Sydney in 1997. On that occasion, I was elected to the WUJA Council as one of the two European representatives. In 2003, I attended the Kolkata World Union Congress and had the privilege of being elected president. We then went on to celebrate the 50th anniversary at a special event in Miami in 2006. During my 6 years, I managed to travel quite extensively, and one of the things I discovered was that young alumni really found that the 6-year gap between congresses was excessive, and that the momentum that was being achieved was being lost in the long gap. They also wanted to be far more involved. And so at the council meeting held during the Bujumbura Congress, the youth wing was formally recognised, and the gap between the congresses was reduced to 4 years, mainly by organising the following congress in Medellin just 4 years later. So to today. 70 years. Although I only became involved with WUJA over the last 30 or so years, I've had the good fortune to make many friends with alumni and alumnae, and also friends of the Jesuits over those years, and I can therefore look back at a lifetime of wonderful memories. May WUJA continue to progress and also to become ever more influential. So Almond, thank you once again to you and your team for organising such an enjoyable congress, culminating in this 70th birthday party, enabling everyone to make new friends. To WUJA, 70 years today. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard, for those words. It is a privilege to carry forward what leaders like you and Alain built long before this Congress ever gathered in Yogyakarta.
Our next session brings a voice from the front lines of public integrity itself, confronting corruption with integrity, justice, courage, and human dignity.
May I invite to the stage together Her Excellency Claudia Lisette Escobar Meija, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Guatemala to the Organization of American States, and Professor Dr. Yuki Tajima, Founding Rector of SFS Georgetown Asia Pacific, who will moderate this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency Claudia Lisette Escobar Meija and Professor Yuki Tajima.
Professor Tajima, the floor is yours.
Selamat siang, Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu semua. Well, hopefully everyone is refreshed with a bit of coffee and some calories in their system now. It's my pleasure to moderate this discussion with the distinguished Ambassador Claudia Escobar Mejia to really reflect on the intersection between Jesuit values and leadership. And one of the things that I wanted to do throughout this conversation is to make a distinction between leadership and authority, because I think a lot of times people confuse authority with leadership. But leadership is something that can actually be practiced by anyone, even if they don't have a formal sort of position of authority. So this is kind of the direction we want to go, and leadership is really, from my perspective, when you make tough choices to do the right thing. And so that's the direction we'll be going today. I'd like to begin, however, by thanking Pak Elman, Pak George, Pak Adi for inviting us, Father Bagus from Sanata Dharma, and of course the WUJA Secretariat for this wonderful opportunity. And thank you all for coming here today. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the ambassador, and then I'll invite her to give some remarks. And then after that, we'll do a little bit of a fireside chat. And then at the end, if there are questions from the audience, we'd love to hear from you. So that's how we'll proceed. So Her Excellency Ambassador Claudia Escobar Mejia is currently the ambassador and permanent representative to the Organization of American States. She holds a PhD from the Autonomous University in Barcelona. And happily for myself, as a professor of Georgetown and also the rector of Georgetown's new campus in Jakarta, she's also got a Georgetown affiliation as a Centennial Fellow. So she really does have a deep familiarity with the Jesuit education and Jesuit values. Her career really has embodied the Jesuit value, however, of men and women for and with others. Her career as a judge has really exemplified this, and now as a diplomat, dedicated to advocating for democracy, for justice, and the rule of law. Today we're going to hear about all of those themes, but I think this is a wonderful forum in which to do it because it's a gathering of folks from around the world, but also those in a community that shares certain values, so we can already build upon some of these shared understandings. As I mentioned, my view of leadership is really about making the tough choices, even when it's challenging to do so. And one of the things that I'm hoping for from this session is that it provides an example of someone that we can all learn from, who has really exercised leadership in the toughest of situations, so that others may be inspired to do the right thing, even when it's costly for themselves. So with that, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Ambassador Mejia.
Hi, thanks a lot for your kind words. It's a great honor to be here today in Yogyakarta for the 11th WUJA Congress. I would like to thank the Alumni Association for this kind invitation. I also want to acknowledge everyone at the university and the Jesuit Alumni Association of Indonesia for all the work and care they have put into making this happen, especially Mr. Elmar, Mr. Adahi, and the volunteers. And thanks, it's a privilege to share this stage with you, Professor Tahima. A few days ago, Father General Arturo Sosa reminded us that in the Jesuit education tradition, we carry a commitment to work for justice. Today, I would like to share my experience working for justice, what it has meant, what it has demanded, and what it has cost. But before I do that, let me introduce myself and what matters most to me. I am a mother of 6, 4 sons and 2 daughters. This is not a biographical detail. It is a reason I'm here. Everything I have done in my career, I have done asking myself one question: what kind of world, what kind of country will my children inherit? I come from a small country, Guatemala, in Central America, next to Mexico, that has experienced a very long civil war. I was born at the beginning of the conflict. In the last part of the 20th century, more than 200,000 people lost their lives. When the war ended, people reached for justice, because justice is the path for peace. And I belong to a generation of idealistic lawyers who wanted to build a strong judicial system so our children would never have to experience what we did. We wanted people to believe in justice. And so, with that as my foundation, as a mother and a former judge, let me speak to you today about something I have seen up close: corruption and what it cost. Before we speak of corruption, we must speak about what corruption destroys. Let me see if we can see that. Justice and the rule of law are not technical abstractions reserved for lawyers and judges. They are the architecture of human dignity and the primary shield of the vulnerable. It's not charity, it's not aid, not international organizations, as important as they are. The most fundamental protection for the poor, the marginalized, the disposed in a functioning justice system that cannot be bought. Justice is what stands between the powerful and the powerless. It is what protects all human rights. From the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to the European Convention on Human Rights, and to the presumption of innocence. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in Goal 16, echoes this same conviction. Peace, justice, and strong institutions are not aspirational. They are prerequisites. Without the rule of law, there is no development, no democracy, and no dignity. When a mother from Haiti watches their children grow weak in a hospital without medicine, knowing that those funds were stolen, she's living the ultimately consequences of a state that has abandoned its people. In Somalia, in Syria, in South Sudan, the story is different, but the wound is the same. The geography changes, but the sufferer does not. The most vulnerable members of society, the poor, the displaced, the marginalized, are always the first to fall when institutions collapse. They have no lawyers on retain. They have no connections. They have only the system, and when that system is corrupt, they have nothing. This is not merely a political problem. It is a moral one, a profound offense against human dignity. The organization Transparency Internationally defines corruption as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. That definition is precise and devastating. They are describing a betrayal of the people, of the institution, and ultimately of one's own conscience. We often speak of corruption in the language of economics, bribes, embezzlement, illicit enrichment, and yes, it steals money, but that framing is dangerously incomplete. Corruption can take many forms. Bribery and extortion, fraud, nepotism. It occurs in the public and private sector, in civil society, and in everyday interactions. Corruption in the judiciary promotes impunity, and impunity favors organized crime. Corruption does not only steal money, it also buries people alive. And we can see an example that recently happened in Venezuela. In June 2016, a double earthquake struck Venezuela, a country already buried in human crisis, with 7.2 million people in need. Without occupied hospitals, and nearly 8 million Venezuelans gone in exile, including doctors and engineers, a disaster response depends on. In La Guaira, almost 200 towers of a house complex collapsed. It was called the urbanization Hugo Chavez. More than 3,000 families lost everything, and many thousand people died in the neighborhood alone. Investigative journalists reveal that what the government refused to admit. The building had been constructed on sedimental soil deemed unsafe for dense housing, but state regulations were ignored. The construction company, a Turkish firm with no prior experience in resident building, was selected after a single meeting with then Foreign Minister Nicolás Maduro and President Chavez himself in an election year. That was 2012. No independent technical oversight was required. Standards were bypassed in the rush to deliver a political promise before the election in that year. When the earthquake struck this year, state officials were absent. Neighbors dug with their bare hands. There was no heavy machinery, no equipment to detect survivors beneath the concrete, despite Venezuela having earned over $100 per barrel for oil for years. The country had been looted, and the poor pay with their lives. Corruption is a hospital without no medicine. It's a child without a classroom. It's a family in a neighborhood named after a president, buried under the weight of his broken promises. Corruption is not a victimless crime. It has names. It has faces. So where does corruption really begin? Not in a procurement contract. It begins in the human heart. Corruption at its core is an ethical failure. It's what happens when a person in a position of power decides that their privileged interests matter more than the public trust they were given. It begins with small concessions, a favor here, a blind eye there, a groans fed by impunity into a system that devours the institutions. The great cases of grand corruption share a common thread. Leaders consumed by ambition without limits, greed that has no floor. The philosopher called it the absence of practical wisdom, the inability to ask what is the right thing to do. Consider Cuba. Fidel Castro was educated by the Jesuits at Colegio Belén in Havana. He received one of the finest educations available in Latin America. He was brilliant, charismatic, and visionary, and yet he became one of the most enduring authoritarian rulers of the 20th century, transforming a nation hopes into a prison island, while he and his clan became the owners of what had been the most prosperous island in the Caribbean. In Venezuela, Hugo Chavez studied at the military academy, shaped by values of service and sacrifice, and yet he constructed a machinery of corruption and dependency that Nicolás Maduro had carried into the most devastating conclusion. Venezuela, once one of the wealthiest nations in Latin America, now expelled his own people into exile. Education alone is not enough. Formation alone is not enough. What is required It's what Father Pedro Arupe called being a person for others, a leadership that has internalized the conviction that public power is a trust and not a privilege. It's what we call ethical leadership. So I'm going to talk about when I met the monster of corruption face to face. And I want to speak to you not as an academic or a former judge, but as a witness. When I decided to become a judge, I wanted to be part of building institutions that could protect people. My mother was a family judge. She had been a judge for many years and was one of the first women lawyers of the country. I wanted to contribute to a country where the rule of law was real, not rhetorical. But I quickly learned that the courtroom can also be a battlefield against corruption. I encountered with unethical lawyers what I came to call abogánster, a term that I use deliberately, combining lawyers, abogados in Spanish, and gangsters, attorneys who operate not as an officer of the court, but as intermediaries in a corrupt market, carrying bribes in briefcases and treating judicial outcome as commodity to be purchased. They assume that every judge has a price. I also face pressure from above. In Guatemala's system, judges know that certain cases are sensitive, that powerful interests watch particular outcome, and that your career, your security, and sometimes your own safety depends on reading the political winds correctly. I refuse to read those winds, and I pay the price for it. As a judge on the Court of Appeals, I had to rule on a case that involved the vice president of the country at the time, Roxana Valdetti. The head of the Congress tried to bribe me in exchange for a favorable ruling. He did not know I was recording the conversation, and I didn't accept his offer. Instead, I denounced him. It was not an easy decision, but I had the privilege of doing the spiritual exercise in an ordinary life with the guidance of a very kind Jesuit, Father Luis Acharandio. I also had the blessing of a very supportive husband who is here today, and a family that understood that I could not keep quiet. Sometimes defending your values requires extreme measure. After I denounced the congressman, the case attracted widespread public attention, and at the same time, I began receiving threats. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights granted me precautory measures, but that was not enough to protect my family. And in January 2015, I was forced into exile. My family and I moved to the United States. It was a very difficult time. I had to reinvent myself. I think about that time as a tsunami. That's everything that you know and is familiar to you is not there anymore. But I was lucky enough, and the academia opened the doors for me. I became a Harvard Fellow and later a Centennial Fellow at Georgetown University in the School of Foreign Services. So I could continue working for justice from a different perspective. I was explaining that the independence of the judiciary is the best tool to fight corruption. But meanwhile, in Guatemala, the case against the congressman moved forward. For the first time, a powerful politician was being investigated and later convicted of bribery and influence peddling. Thank you. So also, many cases of corruption became public, and a citizen movement emerged, and young people started this movement called Justice Now. The vice president that tried to bribe me was forced to resign in April that same year. Later, the president followed. Judges and prosecutors began acting with independence. 1 year after I had the encounter with the Congress, the president was forced to resign. And I want to share a short video of what happened when the citizens rise and, again, corrupt politicians from April to September of that year, months of peaceful demonstration forced the vice president to resign, and later the president stepped down and they had to face justice. We're gonna see that short video. I think someone is gonna help us to put the video on.
Is someone going to play the video?
Here it is.
Thank you.
So it's a powerful movement that really changed the story of Guatemala a few years ago. This is President Otto Pérez Molina when he took office.
Clientelar y corrupto que ha existido por un modelo de gestión por resultados.
La emergencia del Hospital San Juan de Dios fue cerrada por falta de insumos. En reiteradas ocasiones, las consultas externas de los hospitales San Juan de Dios y Roosevelt, todos por la...
What goes on inside the walls of the Federico Moras Psychiatric Hospital is a
Hospitals
closely
without
guarded
resources,
secret. Lying on the
people
ground, what appears to be heavily
could not be
sedated
treated.
Para los que no conocen, el lugar es re bonito. Nosotros hemos comprado camas 2 veces.
En medio de la crisis que ha dejado a hospitales sin medicamentos, la SAT gasta en torneos de boliche y camionetas blindadas.
Logramos seguir con la estructura criminal a través del suministro de un número telefónico conocido como la línea.
Han informado sobre la desarticulación de la red criminal denominada La Línea,
integrada por miembros de la SAT.
La señora en escuchas del caso La Línea.
personas.
30.000 personas se reunieron en el Parque Central para clamar contra la corrupción.
Que hace unos momentos he sido notificado de la renuncia por parte de la señora vicepresidenta Ingrid Roxana Valdetti Elías.
Redes sociales explotan tras conocer renuncia de vicepresidente.
Manifestación histórica. 60.000 personas se unen para exigir la renuncia del presidente.
Calles inundadas de lluvia y gritos de denuncia contra la corrupción. Desmantelan red de fraude en el IX, capturan a presidente de la Junta Directiva y 17
Valdetti es enviada a la cárcel militar de Matamoros tras conocer su orden de captura este
El
viernes.
vicepresidente Roxana Valdetti, ligada a proceso por defraudación aduanera, cohecho pasivo. Una cadena humana, un acto heroico para permitir que ingresen los diputados y que Otto Pérez Molina pierda hoy su derecho ante juicio.
Amanece sin presidente. El entonces mandatario Otto Pérez Molina renunció a su cargo después que un juez emitió una orden.
Pérez Molina, ligado a proceso por cohecho pasivo, asociación ilícita y defraudación aduanera.
Los guatemaltecos que salieron a la calle.
Esta es una historia única en América Latina. Los guatemaltecos indignados tumbaron a un presidente.
Now they're on. What we could see was how the young people started this movement calling Justice Now, and then it was promoted to Resign Now. And every Saturday for, as I tell you, 5 or 6 months, they were in the streets until the vice president resigned, the president resigned, all his cabinet. Many cases of grand corruption became public. And it was a moment of hope, of a lot of hope that things could change in a country that has been rooted by corruption. And I wish I could end the talk now and tell you that this is a happy story, but sorry to tell you, it's not that way. When you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And a criminal alliance for impunity, what we call in Spanish Pacto de Corruptos, brought together drug traffickers, former military officials who had committed crimes against humanity, corrupt politicians, and private sector actors who did not want accountability. They managed to install corrupt judges and an attorney general, Consuelo Porras, who used her power to persecute human rights defenders and independent judges and prosecutors who were investigating corruption cases. She undermined the rule of law. At the international level, she was sanctioned for serious human rights abuses and corruption in more than 40 countries, including the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and all the 27 European Union member states. So, you know, story is not linear. We can see how things move and go back and forth. But 10 years after I left my country, a window of opportunity opened. In 2023, President Bernardo Arévalo was elected. He's a democratic leader who does not answer to these corrupt alliances. He took office in 2024 and invited me to serve as a Guatemala ambassador to the Organization for American States. It was a kind of a vindication for what had happened. At the OAS, Guatemala has promoted a special mission to oversee the election of judges and other high officials to guarantee that the judicial appointments meet international standards for independence. The mission is led by 3 recognized international experts: a former Supreme Court judge from Ecuador, Paulina Aguirre, a former minister from Chile, Marcela Ríos, and the head of the mission, the former president of the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights, Carlos Ayala, who happens also to be a Jesuit alumni. I am not telling you this story, you know, for you to see what happened in Guatemala. I'm telling you because I want you to understand what judicial independence actually costs and why it is worth that cost. Because behind every case is a human being who has come to the court because they have nowhere else to go. And the rule of law was their last resource. Professor Robert Rothberg from the Harvard University has spent decades studying why some nations overcome corruption while others do not. In his landmark work, The Corruption Cure, he arrives at a conclusion that is at once simple and demanding. Corrupt societies can be transformed, but such fundamental change depends more than anything else on decisive, determined, and ethical political leadership. Robert is not naive. He documents the structural factors: weak institutions, resource dependency, colonial legacy, economic inequality. But his central finding is that these structural factors are not destiny. Countries have escaped from worse conditions when their leaders choose integrity. He points out that Bosnia, Rwanda, Georgia, Uruguay, Singapore, countries once mired in corruption that turned the tide not through international pressure alone, but because their leaders made a deliberate, sustained choice to build accountability institutions. They choose transparency over impunity. They choose the long game of institutional trust over the short game of personal enrichment. What does ethical leadership look like in practice? Rothberg identifies several markers. A leader who builds rather than undermines independent judiciary. A leader who tolerates and even welcomes oversight and accountability. A leader who communicates to the entire government that corruption will not be tolerated, not as a slogan, but as a lived practice reinforced by a real consequence. And here is the connection to us, to this room, to this Congress. Jesuit education has produced some of the most influential leaders in the world. The formation offered by Jesuit institutions, rooted in discernment, in cura persona, in the pursuit of justice, is precisely the kind of formation that Professor Rothberg says is essential. But formation must overcome conviction, conviction must overcome courage, and courage must express itself in action even when the cost is high. We're going to see some data that I think could be useful. The data confirms with the experience in our daily life. Transparency International Corruption Index that is published every year covers 180 countries. The global average scores 42 out of 100. This is an historical low this year. More than 2/3 of the countries scores below 50%. The table is not a ranking exercise, but it's a human document. The countries at the bottom, Somalia, South Sudan, Venezuela, Haiti, Honduras, are not poor countries because they lack resources or intelligent people, but they are poor because their institutions have been systematically looted. The countries at the top, Denmark, Finland, Singapore, are prosperous, not merely because of geographical or historic, but because of generations. Their leader built systems of accountability that make corruption costly and integrity rewarded. 3 Latin American countries appear among the most corrupt in the world. This is not inevitable. It is the accounted consequence of choices made by leaders who forgot or never truly believed that power is a trust, not a privilege. Corrupt is not only a government problem, and the fight against it is not only a government responsibility. The private sector is both a victim of corruption and too often a participant in it. Businesses that pay bribers to obtain contracts or licenses are not merely bending rules. They are financing a very system that undermines the level playing field that claim to want. The UN Global Compact, the OECD and Anti-Bribery Convention, and the ESG frameworks all reflect a growing recognition that corruption is ultimately self-defeating. It destroys competition, raises transaction costs, and destroys the institutional environment that markets need to function. But beyond structures and frameworks, what moves me most are individuals' acts of courage. I want to share you the story of Cynthia Gabriel, the founder of the Center to Combat Corruption and Cronyism in Malaysia, C4 Center, that has become one of Southeast Asia's most formidable accountability voices, exposing grand corruption at the highest level of government and pursuing stolen assets across borders. She works without a large institution, without a large budget, and in the face of considerable personal risk, but she does it because she believes the rule of law is worth defending. The world needs more people like her, and I believe, and I know, in every country represented in this room, there are people of exact that courage, working in obscurity, asking only for support of institutions and community that takes integrity serious. You are here because you share a formation. The Jesuit tradition has always understood education as preparation for service, not merely for success. The Ignatian principle of being a person for others is not a graduation day sentiment. It is a lifelong challenge. If you work in business, ask yourself whether your organization upholds integrity, not just when auditors are watching, but in every transaction, in every market. If you work in law or government, ask yourself whether you are building institutions that will outlast you, whether you are using your position to advance justice or only your career. If you work in civil society, academia, journalists, or faith communities, ask yourself whether you are speaking the truth even to their powerful friends. Because here is what I have learned. Corruption thrives in silence. It depends on the complicity of educated, capable, connected people who convince themselves that it is not their problem, that the cost of speaking up is too high. They are wrong. The cost of silence is always higher. Justice and the rule of law are the essential infrastructure of human dignity. Not roads, not bridges, not ports. Through those matter. The most fundamental instrument of a civil society is the conviction that every person, rich or poor, powerful or voiceless, stands equal before the law. We are here in WUJA, educated, connected, formed by the Jesuit, one of the greatest intellectual and spiritual traditions in human history, and we have a choice. We can be part of the architecture of accountability, or we can refuse to normalize corruption, refuse to benefit from it. We refuse to be silent about it. We can build and protect institutions that stand between the powerful and the powerless. I think of my 6 kids, and I think of the children of the family of La Guaira in Venezuela, in Haiti, in the hospitals where people don't have any resources, in every country where corruption has stolen the future. They are all our children. As one Jesuit priest from El Salvador, Francisco, said to me, we cannot stop working while there's one child without food in the table, without the opportunity to study, to become the best that he or she can be. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for those insightful thoughts. What I loved about your last statement is your call for more people like Cynthia Gabriel, but also like yourself, who can make the choice, actually. And I think it really is a choice about, it's not this is who they are, it's who do you want to become, and you can choose to do the right thing, and that's who you become. You can choose to do the wrong thing, and that's also what you become. In many countries around the world, and I love the fact that this is an international audience here, I'm sure that many people have similar stories about the judiciary under attack and being compromised, right? Certainly in my own country, in the US, that's certainly been the case, and I've seen it in a number of other contexts recently. And so when a judiciary is being compromised by powerful interests, I wanted to ask you more concretely, if you could give advice to people who are in a system that has been compromised. How can one continue to be an agent for good, an agent for justice within such a compromised system? Thank you.
Well, I think it depends sometimes on the environment of how can you get help from other people, how can you find like-minded partners that think that it's worth, defending what is right. I think that it's important who will be with you, because you should not be alone in moments like that. So first, of course, is your family, is your partners, but also your professional environment. And of course, if you are lucky enough to have a spiritual guide, that can help you, that is important also.
I have one other question, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience, if you can prepare those. So I think courage is something that can be cultivated. It's something that you can build up. I wanted to ask if there are certain formative experiences for you that really helped you sort of build up the courage so that in your moment of truth in 2014, you sort of leaned on that experience that fortified you to make that choice, or were there realizations beforehand?
Well, I never think about that being so courageous. It's just that I think it's something that I had to do. I think it helped a lot that I had the example of a mother that always worked for the most vulnerable people, the kids, the women that were being abused, and that was an example I had. But also when the moment happened that I knew that I had to speak out and I had to denounce this powerful politician in an environment of a country that has a history of violence, and I cannot deny I was afraid. I was afraid of the consequences. I was afraid of what could happen to me or to my kids. Some of them were young adults at the time, having activities by themselves. So I always thought about what will I tell my kids that I did to change the country that they were living in? And that is maybe what gave me the guidance at the time of deciding I cannot keep quiet. I will not be able to live with myself if I don't speak out, or at least I resigned. You know, I knew for certain that I could not continue working in the judiciary meanwhile this was happening, but denouncing the congressman was probably the most difficult decision that I had to make.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up for questions from the audience. It looks like there are two right here. So first this gentleman here, and then over here. Maybe we can take all three here. There are three hands in this cluster. This is a vortex of questions, it looks like.
Thank you. I'm Pradeep Kumar from Trivandrum, India. Can we go to the slide presentation, that corruption index slide? I just want to have something clarified. Can you ask them to play the slides? The PowerPoint presentation, there's a particular slide on corruption index. Yeah, come to corruption index, that slide. Go back. Yeah, in this slide, I feel that it should be anti-corruption index, because if I understand, Denmark is least corrupt and Somalia is most corrupt. Am I right? Can you look at that?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, it would be better, it would be more appropriate if you change this to anti-corruption index. Am I right?
Anti-corruption? Well, this is an index from an international organization called Transparency International. And every year, they do a corrupt perception index. You know, how people perceive that there is corruption in the country. And that's the name of the index, the corruption index.
Okay, fine. But is my understanding correct? Denmark is least corrupt, Somalia is most corrupt.
Well,
Denmark is at least corrupt.
Yeah, Denmark is one of the less corrupt countries. That's why it has the number of 89,
Okay.
because people perceive that it's not a corrupt country.
With due apologies, it's better you can ask them to change the name as Anti-Corruption Perception Index. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think we had another question over here. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, greetings, ma'am. My name is Dennis Tilar. I'm an Indonesian, and I would like to pose a question to you about corruption and, Jesuit mentality, basically. So you highlighted that justice is, I quote from you, is not a luxury, it is a human right. So I assume that in order to, basically I'm just surmising, okay, to not be corrupt, we need to tap in on our basic moral duties and basic calling, right? That's very Jesuit, and I myself am a Jesuit alumnus, and I am very much, these values are hammered into me day and night when I was studying in the institution. But my question would be, how could this be used to combat corruption in the society, in the place where there is, where this kind of thinking, where this moral framework does not exist? So for example, here I am an Indonesian, this is Indonesia, and of course we Indonesians here are familiar with that moral framework. But what about the others? What about the other Indonesians who are not familiar with this kind of moral framework, to be magis, to tap in on our moral obligation? How could this even apply to those without even basic Christian moral framework. How can someone be magist if he does not have this calling to be greater and to do the good? Because we don't have basically the same framework, right? I hope you understand what I'm saying. I kind of go around in circles, but I hope you understand.
So we're running out of time, so please.
Well, you know, I think that it's useful to look at the international standards of the independence of the judiciary, because that's like a guide that should be applied in every country. They are universal. They're called the International Principles of Judicial Independence, the Bangalore principles also, and they should be applied in every country. So there should be organizations of human rights defenders that ask the government to protect those principles. Sometimes when we talk about the independence of the judiciary, we think it's something that only belongs to the judges, but it's really for the people, because if you know that you're going to have in the courts ethical and independent judges, they will protect your rights. But there's also accountability. This is not a blank check, you know, and there needs to be also accountability for anyone that holds power. And that's something that citizens have to request from the government. That will be my remarks.
Well, we're being told that the time is up, and I know there are a number of other questions, so I'm sure perhaps afterwards, if you have any questions, you can ask her directly. But I wanted to once again thank Her Excellency Ambassador Mejia for the wonderful insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tajima, for being with me here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tajima, and thank you, Your Excellency, for a conversation that asks something real for us. What leadership costs and what is it for? Before we break for lunch, we'd like to hear from you, from all of you. This Congress works best as a conversation, not just as a series of talks, so we have set aside a few minutes for an interactive feedback session. May I invite Mr. Robert Stephen to guide us through this. Robert will be using Slido to gather your thoughts and reflections live. You will see the QR code displayed on the screen now. Simply scan it with your mobile phone to join in. Please welcome Robert Stephen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention here. We'll just take a few minutes now to gather your reflections, to see and notice what's moving for you. 3 quick points. One theme that is clear throughout is the theme of friendship and connection and encounter. What will happen going forward is not to be done by some anonymous group out there. What happens in the future will happen because of us, all of you right here in the room. In the remaining time we have together in this Congress, if you've not had a chance to meet others, to connect, to build connections, I encourage you to do that. A note, you might not realize, but the QR code on your badge, if it's scanned, allows you to get the contact information for the person whose badge it is. Use that as another easy way to connect. Second, what are we called to do together is what we will ask you now in these questions. We hope and look for something achievable. We will not solve all the world's problems, but how can we collectively together do something simple and achievable together? And then finally, we need your input. So you see the slides here. There are 3 questions when you go to the SlideGo. First, how should we continue the friendship built at this Congress and move forward together? Which is multiple choice. Second, you'll see a question that is an open text for a brief response that says, what is one concrete step we can take after this Congress to keep our relationships alive and turn them into shared action? And then finally, there's a third question. Is there anything else you would like to add for us? These will be used to guide the discernment, the committee, the resolutions that we will offer to you. So we'll take 3 minutes now for this shared reflection. Please answer your reactions briefly in the SlideGo. Thank you. Together. The future, the issues will only happen through our collective efforts. May in the remaining afternoon and day tomorrow, we deepen in connection and friendship with one another so we can respond with action. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Robert, for that. And thank you to everyone who took part. It is always good to pause and hear where this room actually stands, not just what's on the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our morning program. We will now break for lunch, which will be served in the dining area of the Rectorate building.
The afternoon program will resume at 13:30, and we kindly ask everyone to return to the auditorium at least 10 minutes before the session begins. Enjoy your lunch.
From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps,
We seek no honor for ourselves,
but let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Fortress leaders strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one light, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands, with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Fortress leaders strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one light, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands, with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Fortress leaders strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflamate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon program will resume in approximately 10 minutes. May we kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium. Thank you.
Go forth, set the world on fire.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon program will resume in approximately 10 minutes. May we kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium. Thank you.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common hope in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflamate, omnia. Go forth, set shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. One soul, one call, one right, one spark. Ite inflammate, omnia. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for man. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind. We go forth for the greater glory of God. From different lands with one shared flame, we gathered in one shared spirit. Now stand as partners, hand in hand, to heal and serve across the land.
Forge as leaders, strive for matches to see the world great hope anew. Brothers and sisters, it's our call. We rise to serve for good of all.
Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day and mercy in the night. We are partners in mission, sharing our common home in a service for mankind.
As pilgrims, now we journey on.
With humble hearts to lead our steps.
We seek no honor for ourselves,
But let God speak and lead the way. Go forth, set the world on fire, seeking justice in the day
Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon program is about to begin. May we kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon program is about to begin. May we kindly invite everyone to make your way back into the auditorium. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Our next speakers turns us toward our common home, the ground beneath everything else we have discussed this week.
May I invite to the stage together Professor Nancy C. Tuckman, former founding dean and professor at the School of Environmental Sustainability, Loyola University, Chicago, USA, and Mr. Hendra Michael Akwan, who will moderate this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Nancy C. Tuckman and Mr. Hendra Michael Akwan.
Pak Hendra, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the next session. How are you today? I hope you enjoyed the break. Yeah. I'm very pleased to serve this session as moderator. My name is Hendra Michael Akwan, and I am a lecturer in the biology education program at here, Sanata Dharma University. And here with me, we can listen from our expert. Yeah. As of you know, caring for our common home is one of the 4 universal apostolic preferences. To help us understand how to live out this mission, I would like to introduce our distinguished speaker, Prof. Nancy Tuckman. Here I will read her short bio. Prof. Nancy is a pioneer in academic sustainability and an expert in how human activities impact aquatic ecosystem structure and its function. As the founding dean of the School of Environmental Sustainability at Loyola University, Chicago, it is recognized as the very first school at a Jesuit university SILET, the institution until July 2025, before transitioning to her current role as a professor, and currently already emeritus. Today, Prof. Nancy extends her impact by assisting other Jesuit universities in developing environmental sustainability strategic plans, reducing their ecological footprints, integrating sustainability into their curricula, and promoting the care of our common home. In this session, Prof. Nancy will talk about how we can move from just knowing about environmental problems, as we have heard from previous session from 3 days earlier, to taking real action for our common home. She's going to deliver her talk entitled From Awareness to Action, Ignatian Leadership for Our Common Home. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our speaker, Prof. Nancy Tuckman. Nancy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Hendra, for that lovely introduction. I'm worried about our planet. I'm very worried about climate change. I'm worried about pollution and the loss of biodiversity. And I'm very grateful that Care for Our Common Home is one of the 4 UAPs of the Society of Jesus, and that Pope Francis spent an entire encyclical talking about the environment. So I'm here to help inspire you to help us do more. We have to do more, and we have to do it quickly. We don't have much time, okay? I want to start by showing you where the Earth is right now in terms of tipping points for environmental sustainability. This visual that you see behind me is a very helpful way of understanding the major pressures against the environment, and those are all listed around the concentric circle. On the inside, where the green is planet Earth, and every action that humans do on the planet Earth that causes disruption, for example, polluting the air, polluting the water, harvesting fish from the oceans, taking trees down from forests, burning the tropical rainforest, all does harm to planet Earth. But planet Earth is very resilient. There's a tremendous amount of resilience in nature, and nature can heal itself from the assaults that humans place on the planet, but only to an extent. And we have used up that extent of resiliency. The planet can no longer take it. We're giving way too much harm to the planet for it to be able to bounce back and be healthy. All of the harm that we do within the green circle is called the safe operating space for humanity, meaning that we can utilize natural resources to a certain extent. When we go beyond that tipping point for each one of these boundaries, you can see that in the early stages, it's yellow, meaning there's a warning for the Earth and its systems. When you get into the red zone, we've gone way beyond the tipping point. And what you can see here is that of the 9 boundaries, we have already transgressed 6 of the 9. So the Earth is not resilient anymore. We have harmed ecosystems, we have harmed Earth's systems too much. We've enjoyed putting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and having the Earth sequester those greenhouse gases. Up to 50% of what we've already collectively emitted has been taken up by the Earth. But we continue to put more and more pollution into the atmosphere, and now climate change is becoming out of control. This is why it's urgent, and this is why I worry. Not only are we destroying ecosystems and natural systems and creation, but every time we harm the planet, we harm people, especially those that are most vulnerable, those that are at the margins. Look at the different socioeconomic threats that become amplified by the degradation of the environment. Food and water security, there's an increased frequency and intensity of major storm events, and go on down the list and see all the ways in which humans and human cultures are harmed. And we're facing this today. It's clear to us now what's happening. I want to give you a story about one Jesuit university, Loyola University Chicago, and how it made an enormous commitment to stop doing harm to the planet and to raise awareness among its community and teach its students to be the next generation of environmental leaders. In the year 2002, Michael Garanzini, who many of you know, and is an enormously wonderful Jesuit, a great leader among the Jesuits in higher education, was the president of Loyola University Chicago. And he made 3 ambitious environmental goals. The first was all students across the curricula, no matter what their program of study, would learn about environmental degradation, would learn about human impact on the environment, so that they're not graduating from our university without very much knowledge of climate change and the loss of biodiversity, et cetera. So that became a required course across our curriculum, in our university core curriculum. Second goal was to build a school of environmental sustainability where students could specialize in environmental science, environmental social science and policy, and environmental humanities. And third was to reduce the carbon footprint of our campus to become carbon neutral, so that we neutralize the harm that we're making to the planet. Very ambitious goals. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of a story of how those goals were achieved over time. So I mentioned that the first thing we did was to put a required course into our core curriculum, so that all students across the university are still required to take a course that's called the Scientific Basis of Environmental Issues. And it's taught to students who are non-science majors. So it's taught at a level where they can understand the drivers of climate change, the drivers of the loss of biodiversity, the drivers of pollution, et cetera. We have had over 28,000 students now that have taken this course and gone on and graduated from Loyola Chicago. The second thing we did was we started a School of Environmental Sustainability, SES. We first started the thing as an institute because we weren't really sure. It was such a new idea. We weren't really sure back in the year 2013 if students would come and if we would have enough student interest to actually build a school. Well, by the time we reached the year 2020, we had over 500 students that were in our programs, 8 different majors and 2 graduate programs. And at that point, the Board of Trustees said, let's make this institute into a school. And having school status made a big difference to the enterprise. Here I'm just showing you over time how we built different curricula. The different colors are different, we call them majors, but academic programs both for undergraduate and for graduate students. And then you can see over time the increase in the number of students that have matriculated into these majors. So it's a very popular school. It's the fastest growing school at Loyola Chicago. One thing that we have discovered is that students that really care about the environment are having to hear the grim facts of how we've already surpassed the tipping points on planetary boundaries, of how there's not enough happening across the world and it's not happening fast enough. It's very grim to take that information in every day. Students get anxious, they get depressed, and we actually see students with climate anxiety and climate depression. What we've done to counter that is to try to enable them and empower them not to be victims, but to be agents of change. So in our curricula, we teach our courses through hands-on, solutions-based learning. This is an example. We have one major that's called Food Systems and Sustainable Agriculture. And so we built a lot of areas on our campus where students can grow food and learn how to do it sustainably without using chemicals and by reusing wastewater, et cetera. This empowers them, it gets them excited, they learn new skills that they can apply in their life and in their career. Another example is our campus moving to zero waste, which is hard to do. But the first thing you have to do is sort your waste into what can be recycled, what can be composted, and then what's left has to go to the landfill. So our students have done a lot of work doing an inventory of all the different kinds of waste streams that we have on campus, and then really working and honing in on each of those waste streams to reduce the waste that we have. We integrate this work into student clubs or student organizations into the curricula. So we have actual courses where they do the measuring and the quantifying of the waste on our campus. And they write reports and we put it on the website and we try to change the culture so that everyone on our campus understands how to sort their waste. Another example, our students were looking at our waste streams and found that there's a lot of waste vegetable oil that comes from the deep fat fryers in our cafeterias. We have 7 cafeterias on campus. And there's about 3,000 gallons of waste vegetable oil that our campus produces every year. But that waste vegetable oil tends to go into the landfill. But why? It has a lot of energy, a lot of calories in it. So we started to collect that waste vegetable oil, bring it back onto campus, and make it into biodiesel. And now the shuttle buses that go between two of our campuses in Chicago runs on student-made biodiesel made from waste vegetable oil. The idea here is to think about all of the inputs that come into our campus so that we can operate and run our campus. And then the waste streams, which typically include emissions that go out the chimneys and into the atmosphere, solid waste that goes into landfills, and wastewater effluent that goes down the drain and to the wastewater treatment plant. So we do inventories of all three waste streams, and we inventory all the things that we purchase and bring onto campus. The idea being we want to reduce what we consume and the waste that we produce, and we want to do a better job of using and reusing materials on campus. And this is what we mean by a circular economy. Instead of a one-way reducing resources on one end of consumption, increasing waste on the other end of consumption, we want to bend that line and make it circular. So the students are always thinking of new ways that we can make a better, more circular economy on our own campus. And the next thing that they figured out was when we make biodiesel, the production of biodiesel itself produces a waste product called glycerin. It's part of the lipid that gets unused when you're making biodiesel. So now the students worked with the chemistry department to figure out what can we do with that waste glycerin, and they make a soap which is now distributed in over 30,000 hand distributors in the restrooms across our campuses at Loyola. So again, taking a waste product, bringing it back onto campus, making it into something that's useful, which means we no longer purchase the soap that we used to purchase, the liquid soap from our purchasing department no longer purchases it from our cleaning company. So again, reducing those inputs, reducing the outputs, and bending the economic trajectory to more of a circular economy. Doing this kind of education seems to empower our students. It gives them a sense of, we can be part of the solution. We can take these ideas and we can introduce them to the places where we work or back in our own homes. And this is the way they begin to think. They begin to think more sustainably. And it matters to them that they're part of the solution rather than just learning about the problem and then walking away feeling very defeated and in some cases hopeless. This kind of teaching, I'm convinced, is what not only attracts students but retains students. Our school has the highest retention rate, and Loyola University Chicago is a pretty big and complicated university. It has 13 different schools, 4 different campuses. Our little school has the highest retention rate of all of the schools across campus. Okay. The third ambitious goal of Father Garanzini, the first was to have the class that everybody has to take to raise awareness and give some sort of understanding of climate change to all students. The second was building a school of environmental sustainability. The third was to reduce our campus operation environmental footprint so that we could achieve carbon neutrality. And we were able to do that. It took us almost 20 years, but we were able to do it by the year 2025. And I'll just quickly describe how we did it. Realize that Chicago is in a part of the world that doesn't have very nice climate. We have very cold winters that are quite long, and we have very hot summers. Our summers can be as hot as it is here today. Okay, so we're doing a lot of air conditioning in the summer, and we're doing a lot of heating in the winter, and we've got 3 campuses in Chicago with over 140 buildings total. So the first approach to becoming carbon neutral, which means you have to reduce your carbon consumption, your fossil fuel consumption for heating and cooling to the point where you're producing the greenhouse gas emissions that you're producing in the atmosphere are equal to greenhouse gas sequestration or reduction from the atmosphere, and that makes you carbon neutral. So we're working towards that goal starting in the year 2002. The first thing we did was we had to go through almost all of our buildings and make them more energy efficient, because many of them were quite old and they were leaking heated and cooled air. So there was a lot of work that had to be done on our buildings to make them more energy efficient. We also put 3 geothermal systems for helping to heat and cool without the use of fossil fuels. And we got a very high efficiency heating and chilling plant that uses air source and water source heat pumps, a much more efficient system than the old furnaces that we used to have. By doing all of this work on our infrastructure and tightening up our buildings, making them more efficient, we were able to reduce our baseline greenhouse gas emissions by 45%. We still had a long way to go. We still had that 55%. The next big reduction we made was an agreement, a power purchase agreement with a solar farm that just opened in January of 2025. And we paid them to help build their solar farm. In return, we get, for 12 years, we get pretty low-cost electricity to all 3 of our campuses in Chicago. So now all of our campuses in Chicago have 100% clean electricity. That in and of itself decreased our greenhouse gas emissions by an additional 40%. So now we had 15% of our original baseline that we still had to reduce down to 0 in order to be carbon neutral. And we did that by buying carbon offsets, and I'll explain that in a second. So this is just an example of, we've got 13 buildings that are called LEED certified. It means that they were designed and built and renovated to be as highly efficient as the standards that we know today. So we did this in 13 different buildings, which really significantly lowered the amount of energy we were consuming on our campus. I mentioned the geothermal systems. These are terrific in an environment where your hot summers kind of offset the cold winters, and you can use the earth as kind of a storage battery for heat. So in our location, these are very, very efficient. So now we have 3 geothermal systems on campus. It costs a lot of money to put them into the ground, but in our biggest one with the 91 wells, that heats and cools over 270,000 square feet in 3 different buildings. It cost us about $1 million to build that, but within 13 years of savings in energy, it's been paid off. So now we're into year 16 and we're saving money. The second one that we built by Piper Hall is much smaller, and the return on investment for that one is scheduled for 10 years after it was put in the ground. So the return on investment for these things, especially when electricity and gas prices are just going to keep going higher and higher and higher, is quite remarkable and really worth thinking about. This is the big solar farm that I mentioned where we purchase all of our electricity. And that last 15% of greenhouse gases that we emit are now being offset by an organization that collects all sorts of chlorofluorocarbon refrigerants from around the world and neutralizes them chemically so that they cannot be emitted into the atmosphere, because they're incredibly potent greenhouse gases. And anybody that read Laudato Si will notice that Pope Francis called this out as a very important problem. Okay, so we achieved carbon neutrality, got all sorts of recognitions for that, and recognitions are important because students don't always know how much the university has committed to make the campus do less harm to the environment unless you show them the recognitions and make signage around your campus. I just want to point out, because some people want to do this kind of work on their campus, but they have difficulty convincing the president or vice presidents or the board of trustees that this is a very important responsibility that Jesuit universities and high schools have. So at Loyola Chicago, when our freshmen come in each year, we survey them and ask them, why did you choose to come to Loyola Chicago? Because you typically were admitted to many universities, but in the end chose Loyola. 54% of our incoming freshmen, which is total number of 2,800 each year, 54% of them say the university's commitment to the environment was either important or very important to my decision to come here. Even though they might be studying nursing or business or law or something that isn't related to environment, they want to be at a place that's putting its money where its mouth is, that's not just teaching about the problem, but doing something about it. So that's important. We've got good empirical data on this that goes for years, and I can show you how that percentage just keeps climbing. Okay, that's what we're doing at Loyola University Chicago, but we're not the only ones. Jesuit universities are achieving carbon neutrality, and I just worked with 2 schools in Spain this past spring. Loyola Andalusia will be carbon neutral very soon, probably by September. And we have a second one in Barcelona, IQS, that is carbon neutral. So we're continuing to work on that. And carbon neutrality is important. It's hard to achieve, but it means that you're really working on it. And I think that's important to society. It's certainly important to students. In addition, Michael Shook put together an eco-social inventory for all of the International Association of Jesuit Universities. All 177 Jesuit universities around the world looked at this survey and basically filled out what they're doing to advance Laudato Si and advance an integral ecology in their universities. About 60% of the universities responded, and they are reporting the actions that they're taking on their campus, and it's amazing the variety of different things and the creativity of different universities. So I would really recommend people that are interested to take a look at the eco-social inventory output, which is on the IAJU website, to get ideas about what our Jesuit universities are doing. Many of these universities have also pledged and are part of Pope Francis's Laudato Si action platform. And that basically means they're making a pledge to develop a climate action plan and to implement it, so that they're working towards carbon neutrality, they're working towards zero waste campuses, and they're integrating this into their curricula and into the work that they do in their communities. Outside of Jesuit universities, there are a lot of universities around the world that are not Jesuit that are doing better than we are, doing a lot of good things to reduce their environmental footprints and to produce people who really care about environment and work on that issue. In general, 70 out of 200 countries worldwide have a price on carbon emissions, which means if you're a polluter, you have to pay a price. And that highly incentivizes organizations and cities and states and companies to reduce their carbon emissions. So a price on carbon is important. In the EU, they've ended the sale of new combustion engines vehicles with new vehicles with combustion engines by the year 2035. That helps because transportation is a big sector of environmental pollution. And I want to just take a minute to talk about what's going on in my country, in the United States. We have an awful president who one of the first things that he did was pull the United States out of the Paris Accord. However, there are so many people and organizations across the country that are still in, that we've developed a whole coalition called America is All In. This means individual entities, and it could be universities, cities, states, tribal nations, businesses, faith groups, cultural institutions, etc., are in the Paris Accord for their own organization or for their own state. Okay, that means that they're working to cut emissions by 50% by the year 2030 and reaching net zero or carbon neutrality by the year 2050. That's what the Paris Accord has asked all countries around the United States to achieve. If you add up all of the people that are in the America is All In coalition across our country, it represents 50 states, 63% of our US population, and 74%, almost 3/4 of our gross domestic product. So by far, the vast majority of America is still in the Paris Accord, no matter what's happening in the White House. And that's hopeful. I want to give one example, because we have alumni here, of a local business that was started by an alumni of this university who decided to make a sustainable business out of teak wood, which is grown in the mountain regions and pretty much owned by the farmers. So this alumni makes wooden kitchenware like chopping boards, cutting boards, and utensils that you can use in the kitchen. And he's hired over 80 village people who have a hard time getting employed at other places. So sustainability for him is a very big concept. It's not just about the environment, but it's also about the community and the people that work there. And this is such a great example, this place called Kwas. You can see in this next slide that the process where he's got several different people working at different stations. They take the teak wood and pay directly a good salary to the farmers, so there's no middleman. They pay the farmers directly. They're in processing the wood, they only use sustainable, environmentally friendly products. So they have sustainability built into the supply chain and also into their waste stream. So they're building a circular economy in this business itself. I mentioned 80 local employees. He gives a lot of flexibility for some of the parents who are single parents and have to be back home when school's out, etc. So he gives tremendous flexibility and empathy to his employees. They don't have to have skills coming in. He teaches them everything on the job. And then in addition, the funding that they make by selling their products, a good percentage of it goes back to supporting the schools, 8 local schools in the area. So this was just a really exciting example to me of what Jesuit alumni can do and how they can think about the circular economy and implement that in their work. Very fulfilling work. Okay, I'm going to wrap up here. I want to say that I was not Jesuit educated. I wasn't fortunate enough to be Jesuit educated. I came from private schools. But my first and only job was at Loyola University, Chicago, where I learned about the Jesuits and have been so excited to be a companion to the Jesuits. and help move their initiatives forward, because I believe in the mission and I believe in the Society of Jesus. So to me, it's a huge privilege to be a lay companion. And I would ask the question of you, isn't it a privilege? Especially when the world is so chaotic and you've got a guy like Donald Trump becoming your president and everything is chaos, everything is going bad. We have the Jesuits who have a vision and a mission and 4 UAPs, and we have the Pope, we had Francis, now we have Leo. To me, it's so helpful to have a direction that I can get behind, that I believe in, and that I see all of this big community moving in the same direction. So I'm very glad to be and to have been and to continue to be part of the Jesuit movement. We are the largest network of both higher ed institutions and secondary and pre-ed institutions on the planet. So that's a lot to leverage. As I mentioned, we share the same mission, UAPs. We have Laudato Si. Together, we have enormous assets in our students, our faculty, talent, human resources, and our alumni. And we're all over the world. We're all going in the same direction. It's fantastic. Together, our individual actions that are happening in individual institutions produce a cultural change that's deep in our societies. So like the America is All In movement, somebody at the top can't ruin it for everybody, because there is deep cultural belief and a deep cultural movement in the United States to do good. And it's not just about the environment. There are a lot of good things happening in the United States around social justice as well. So here's my question. Can Jesuit universities and secondary schools be the world's leaders on environmental action and transformative integral ecology education? Can our alumni, who are united in spirit, be inspired to lead with purpose in their life's work? I think we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nancy, for your valuable insights and example how we do actions as Jesuit communities toward environmental sustainability, not only in campus, but in our community. Now, I would like to open the floor for any questions or response. Please kindly mention your name and institution. We have 2, 3. Can we have 3? Okay, kindly please pass the mic to gentleman in the middle. This, yeah. And then one in front. And then one from this side, because this side already represented. Yeah, Prof. Sin, please.
It was so impressive that University of Loyola Chicago doing a lot of things for the carbon neutrality and a lot of investment for the campus. And you gave a lot of impression for the what we have to do. But actually, I have a second thought. My name is Kwanu Shin. I'm also responsible for the research foundation in Sogang University in Korea for the how we can Jesuit school has to survive with the competition, under high competition with this whole this ranking system and so on. So my question is, as a role of the Jesuit university, not the secondary school, so we have actually privilege and also responsibility to do the research with so much on this carbon zero or on this environmental issue to reduction of the carbon dioxide. There's need a lot of effort for the material science, chemistry, STEM, engineering, and so on. So what do you think about instead of making this Jesuit school, to give initiative to give change the campus with the more sustainable campus rather than do the research together to make the more high impact as of the basic roles of the university? Do you have any opinion on that?
Yes, thank you, thank you. I would say Jesuit universities are good in science, but we really excel in the humanities, and that's where the world needs us most. I think that's where climate change needs us. I think that's where the loss of biodiversity needs us. There needs to be ethical oversight to mining and drilling and, removing trees from forests and burning down Indonesia's tropical rainforest to make palm plantations, for example. There's no ethical oversight, and that's where we need our researchers to write papers, to be involved in government making policies. It's that oversight that's lacking. And I really believe that that is where Jesuit universities have the most power. We're also good at research in science, and yes, we need science and technology, but I don't think we have the top universities worldwide that are doing that work. But we're not too far behind. So I would say both of those areas are very important.
Pradeep Kumar from India. I'm an environmental management systems auditor too. Proudly, I can say that. Two parts. One is a suggestion. Would Loyola University be interested in conducting an environmental impact assessment on the Great Lakes and also initiating an environmental sustainability program for the Great Lakes? Second part, would Loyola University go ahead in getting certified, implementing and certified to ISO 14001 Environmental Management System Standard?
No, I think the first one is about the certified degree program or something. Yeah.
You asked a question about whether our academic programs are certified, whether we give certificates. Is that the question? Sorry. Environmental management. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm really having a hard time hearing you, but I think I can answer the question about certificates and certified programs in sustainable business management, for example. We have a program in sustainable business management that attracts students who are business school students. They want to learn how to make a circular economy in a business itself. And so we have a whole curricula that students that are getting an undergraduate degree in business and also those that are getting an MBA can take this certification, and there's also a minor that they can take to get education in how to make a circular economy. I think that's pretty important. You asked a question about the Great Lakes and how much are we connecting our sustainability to the Great Lakes. And in the Great Lakes region, there are criteria when you live close to the lake, like our campuses are, that you have to meet in order to become a green campus or a green tree campus or LEED certified. So all of the certifications that Loyola has earned have certain criterias to protect the Great Lakes, in addition to the criteria that you would have if you were further away from the Great Lakes but still living in the Midwest. I'm not sure if that was your question, but we care a lot about the Great Lakes because it is one of the biggest sources of fresh water in the world. We are very happy that it's co-owned by Canada and the United States, because the United States, there are many states in the United States, especially in the arid Southwest, that want to draw water from the Great Lakes down to Arizona and New Mexico, for example. But thank goodness Canada says no. That can't happen because we have a joint agreement between the two states that border the Great Lakes states.
Okay, we have no more time. I'm sorry for this valuable session. For those who are still having some question, you may address to Nancy later on after this session. As a moderator, I would like to sum up this meaningful discussion. We need to transform as leaders to lead ourselves and our communities, and to establish sustainability as our new identity, because we are part of the solutions. Practicing circular economy is one of the solutions that we can adopt. Thank you for joining us, and let's keep this conversation moving toward action. Ite inflammate omnia ad maiorem Dei gloriam. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause. Nancy.
Thank you, Professor Hendra.
Thank you, Pak Hendra, for that conversation. And thank you, Professor Tuckman, for reminding us that discernment isn't only about screens and information. It is also about soil, water, and the world we are leaving behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue now by looking ahead, 4 years ahead, in fact.
Now, may I invite the President and the Secretary of the Jesuit Alumni Association of India to the stage to share a presentation on the 2030 WUJA Congress. Please welcome Mr. Emmanuel Furtado and Mr. Rajiv Talwar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear President Francisco, Reverend Fathers, and fellow Jesuit alumni, I stand before you today filled with the profound spirit of our global companionship. As we celebrate our unity here in Indonesia, I invite you to look ahead to our next great milestone. On behalf of the Jesuit Alumni Associations of India, the global community, we invite to the 12th WUJA International Congress in India in 2030. India is a land of immense diversity, vibrant culture, and deep spiritual heritage. It is also home to one of the largest and most dynamic networks of Jesuit alumni in the world. From our bustling metros to our rural educational institutions, Jesuit institutions in India have shaped leaders who champion justice, peace, and service for centuries. Hosting the 2030 Congress in India will offer us a unique platform to witness firsthand how the Ignatian vision is transforming lives in South Asia. You will experience our rich traditions, engage with our passionate youth, and collaborate on global solutions in a country where ancient wisdom meets modern innovation. President Francisco, delegates, and friends, come, experience the warmth of Indian hospitality. Let us gather in 2030 to further ignite our shared mission as men and women for others. India awaits you, my dear friends. Thank you. And this evening, I have with me here our dynamic Secretary of Jesuit Alumni Associations of India, Mr. Rajiv Talwar from Jamshedpur in India. He will present the PPT for you to understand what we mean. Thank you.
May I request for the video, please? Thank you.
Every great journey begins with a calling that brings people together, across cultures, across generations, across the world. Today, that calling finds its home in India, a land where faith inspires learning, and learning inspires service. India is not defined by a single language, or a single tradition, or a single landscape. India is a tapestry, woven from countless cultures, timeless traditions, vibrant celebrations, and the warmth of its people. Here, diversity is not simply celebrated. It is lived every single day. From the majestic Himalayas to the tranquil backwaters, from bustling cities to quiet villages, every journey reveals a new story. Every encounter becomes a new friendship. For generations, Jesuit institutions across India have shaped far more than academic excellence. They have nurtured curious minds, compassionate hearts, and courageous leaders. At Loyu Law School, Jamshedpur, and across India's Jesuit network, education is more than the pursuit of knowledge. It is the formation of character. It is the pursuit of excellence with humility. It builds character. It inspires service. It shapes leaders. It nurtures compassion. It strengthens communities. And it inspires young people to serve something greater than themselves in classrooms, in laboratories, on playing fields, and in communities. Young people are inspired not only to succeed, but to make a difference. Today, India stands ready to welcome the world with a modern infrastructure, seamless connectivity, and a spirit of hospitality. We are prepared not only to host a Congress, but to bring together the global Jesuit family, where tradition meets innovation, and every guest is welcomed with warmth. In 2030, we invite the World Union of Jesuit Alumni to gather in India to celebrate our shared faith, our enduring friendships, and our commitment to service in a land where history inspires the future and every generation is called to make a difference. Together, let us continue the Jesuit tradition of learning, of service, and of friendship. India is ready to welcome you. Welcome to India. We look forward to welcoming you to the World Union of Jesuit Alumni Congress 2030. India awaits.
Good afternoon, WUJA.
Yeah, that sounds nice, even after lunch and a session. As part of the India presentation, the Jesuit Alumni Association of India is honored to come together on this special occasion to celebrate the spirit of collaboration, service, and leadership that defines our global Jesuit community. This felicitation ceremony is a moment of deep gratitude and recognition of the office bearers of the World Union of Jesuit Alumni, whose unwavering commitment, vision, and dedication have played a vital role in strengthening bonds across regions and advancing the mission of Jesuit alumni worldwide. We now invite these following dignitaries to the stage for this special felicitation. First and foremost, the GC member from India, Dr. Neelmani Rangesh. May I request Pratim Banerjee, the Secretary of the Loyola Alumni Association, to kindly do the honors. Neelmani, can you come up? Vivek, jaldi. We don't have time. Quickly. Here. Thank you, Pratim. Thank you, Neelmani. Treasurer, our Treasurer, WUJA Treasurer, Mr. Robert Stephen. May I request Mr. Ronnie DeCosta to kindly do the honors. Ronnie is the past WUJA Treasurer. Ronnie. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Stephen. May I request Dr. Devendra Singh, our Secretary, WUJA, to kindly come up on the stage. And I request Mr. Krishna Kumar Vij, our senior member, to kindly do the honors. Thank you, Devendra. Thank you, Mr. Vij. May I request Mr. George Pramadono, the second Vice President, to kindly come on stage. And I request Dr. Edmund Frank, WUJA JS Joint Secretary, to kindly do the honors, please. Edmund. Thank you, George. Thank you, Edmund. May I now request Mr. Andres Ballerino, our first Vice President, to kindly come on stage, and it is my privilege to do the honors. And last, and certainly not the least, our President, may I request Mr. Francisco Governor to kindly come on stage, and I'll request Jai President, Mr. Emmanuel Furtado, to kindly do the honors, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Emmanuel. May I now request all the JM members to kindly come near the stage. We'll hold our national flag and take a group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Something for all of us to start looking forward to already.
Now, before we close today's academic program, we take a moment for reflection. May I invite Father Alexander Koko Siswijayanto SJ to lead us in today's examen. Please welcome Father Koko.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Before we end this meeting, and before we celebrate our end of this day in Prambanan, I want to invite you to pause, to take a silence, and make examen. This is the Ignatian spiritual tradition. In the busy day, we always have time to meet God and to meet ourselves. So let us put aside our distraction, put aside our mobile phone. Just remain to silent. Today we have received many words. Today, we have received many ideas, challenge, perhaps also many questions. We have reflected upon the world being transformed by technology, confronted by ecology crisis, and searching for truth and hope. But now, I want to invite you, all of you, to move from information to interiority, from what happened around us to what happened within us. Let us become silent. Become aware of your breathing. Become aware of God's presence. The God who was with us this morning until now. We do not come before God to evaluate whether today was successful or unsuccessful. We come simply to allow God to help us see. Saint Ignatius teaches us that God can be found in all things, in clarity, in confusion, in hope, in anxiety, in beauty, in brokenness, in the digital world, and in the cry of the creation. Now, therefore, we ask one simple question. Where was God in everything I experienced today? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We begin as Saint Ignatius teaches us, not with problem, but with gratitude. Before asking what we must do, let us remember what we have received. Return slowly to the experiences of this day. Recall again the invitation to discover new maps of hope. Perhaps something you heard awakened a new possibility within you. Remember our reflection on anchoring truth in the digital age. In a world overflowing with information, perhaps you receive a new awareness of the responsibility to seek and serve what is true. And remember the invitation to courage and integrity in the world full of corruption. Perhaps a word, a story, or a person reminded you that our values become meaningful only when we have the courage to live them. Do not analyze these experiences yet. Simply receive them again. What touched me? What surprised me? What gave me a hope? What are you grateful for? Simply say, thank you, Lord. Thank you for what I understood today. Thank you also for what I do not yet understand. Thank you for the people who have companions in this journey. Thank you for the gift of this day. Now we ask for the second grace of the examen, the grace to see. We often look at the reality through our own expectation, fears, prejudice, interest, or certainties. But Ignatian discernment asks for something deeper, to see reality through God's loving gaze. So let us pray. Lord, lend me your eyes. Help me to see this day, not merely as I want to see it, but as you see it. Show me what was happening around me, and more importantly, show me what was happening within me. Do not judge this movement, simply notice them. God may be speaking through the very moment of your heart. Perhaps something that disturbed you deserves deeper attention. Perhaps something that gave you joy points toward life. Lord, give me freedom from the need to defend myself or justify myself. Give me the courage simply to see. Let me see today's experience through your loving gaze. Now let us enter more deeply into today's experience. We have been confronted with difficult realities. The ecological crisis, the enormous power of digital technology, unencoded information, and the possibility of artificial intelligence or artificial who manipulated the truth. This is reality outside us, but what happened inside us as we encounter them? Yes, there was hope, perhaps also joy, maybe compassion, but maybe some of us feeling anxiety, fear, doubt, or even despair. Do not immediately choose one feeling over another. Simply recognize what is there. Ask yourself, what moved most deeply within me today? And now ask the deeper Ignatian question. Where was God in this tension? Perhaps God was present not by removing the tension, but by inviting you to remain attentive within it. Perhaps Anxiety reveals something you deeply care about. Compassion reveals where you are being called. Hope appears quietly in the middle of uncertainty. Lord, teach me not to escape the complexity of our world. Teach me to discern within it. Show me where your Spirit is leading me, from fear toward freedom, from despair toward hope, and from indifference toward love. We now come before God with humility. Today we heard once again the cry of our common home, and perhaps we must recognize that ecological crisis is not only a crisis somewhere outside us. It also reveals something within the human heart. We consume, we waste. We know many things about the suffering of the earth, and yet sometimes we continue living as though nothing were happened. For a moment, let us simply look at ourselves. Where have I become indifferent? Bring whatever rise before God, not with shame, but with honesty. Lord, forgive us for the ways we have failed to care for our common home. Forgive us when knowledge has not become action. Forgive us when concern has not become conversion. Forgive us when our lifestyle has contradicted our values. Awaken again within us a sense of wonder. Make gratitude for creation become responsibility for creation. May responsibility become conversion. And may conversion become love expressed to concrete choices. Lord, make our hearts sensitive again. The examen does not leave us looking only at the past. God always leads us toward the future. And now we ask, Lord, where are you inviting us next? As we look toward the 70th anniversary celebration and toward the shared mission ahead, perhaps the important question is not simply what program we will create or what structure we will build. The deeper question is, who are we being called to become? In a digital age, perhaps we are being called to become people rooted in truth, person are fully aware in discernment. In an ecological crisis, perhaps we are being called to rediscover simplicity, responsibility, and reverence. In this fragmented world, perhaps we are being called to become builders of bridges. And as Jesuit institution alumni, perhaps we are being invited to rediscover that the education we receive was never intended only for our own success, but to serve. So ask quietly, Lord, what is my next step? Lord, give us a courage to take the next faithful step. As we conclude this examen, let us return to one of the deepest intuition of Ignatian spirituality, finding God in all things. Finding God in all things does not mean pretending that everything is good. It means believing that there is no reality into which God cannot enter. God can be found in our hope and in our questions, in technology and in creation, in truth and in our struggle to recognize truth, in friendship and collaboration, in the beauty of our own home and in its wounds, and even in our own limitation. Let us pray. Lord, give us eyes that recognize your presence, heart that remain sensitive to the suffering of others and of the creation, minds committed to truth, and hands ready to serve. Teach us to find you in all things, and having found you, give us the courage to follow where you lead. May everything we have received today become generosity tomorrow, and may our lives become a response to your love. Ad Maiorem Dei Gloriam. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Father Coco. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's formal program. We will now take a coffee break and use this time to prepare for this evening's celebration.
Tonight, we travel to Prambanan's temple to mark a truly special milestone, the 70th anniversary of the World Union of Jesuit Alumni, with a celebration dinner and cultural evening.
Please use this break to freshen up and gather your belongings for the evening ahead. Further details on departure time and boarding will be shared by our volunteers shortly.
And one reminder before you go, please don't miss us on the last day of the 11th WUJA Congress 2026, this Sunday, for our closing Eucharistic celebration and sending forth. There will be a special performance you won't want to miss. Enjoy your coffee break and
see you at Prambanan tonight!